fucking with YouTube. Mm-mm-mm. Weak.
Accountability for your actions is something that's honestly kind of rare nowadays, and that's why there's a lot of commentary channels on YouTube that just specialize in just kind of shit talking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just like kind of being mean to people, but like it's deserved, but it's like still a little bit mean, and it's kind of still, I don't know. I feel like though if you want to be respected by the people around you, you should be able to admit when you're wrong and admit when you've made a mistake, admit when you have shortcomings, and be honest. I'm the king of reading and reacting to my hate comments. I take them all very seriously. But I have heard from people that this is all true, and this is where you learn as a human being and grow as a human being. Or you could be a legendary UFC fighter and you could just be whooping up on people, and you just feel like your ego is really big and thick and calloused. Classic Tom and Jerry style. You don't have to take any sort of accountability for yourself and your failures. Side note, that Tom and Jerry edit we just put in the video, getting older, you realize that Tom and Jerry also had to deal with the societal pressures and the different molds they were forced to fit in at the canned big cartoon. Today we're talking about Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey is an American professional wrestler, not WWE, but like actual wrestling.
Title on the line. The champion, the challenger. You ready? You ready? Let's go, come on.
There's something inside of me, and it needs out. If you go to sour.gg, you can buy it. It's candy. These aren't in stock anymore, but it's just the other bag we brought. She was an Olympic judo martial artist. Pretty cool, pretty strong. Ronda is the daughter of Anne Maria DeMars, who was the first American to win the World Judo Championship, which is a very big deal, because if you look at the names of the other winners of these championships, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty rare for an American to be good at that. I don't even know what judo is. Just kidding. That's the one that Vladimir Putin does. Miss Rousey competed from 2004 to 2008. She won bronze at the 2008 Summer Olympic Games in Beijing. She's really good at judo. She won bronze in 2008 at the Olympics. Sorry, the Ozempics. And yes, 2008 was the year in which America just everybody up overall. 2008. I mean, we do it kind of every single year. We kind of whoop ass a little bit, you know? Just kidding. I can see people who aren't American just pressing the dislike button.
Oh, I hate America, and I don't even know why. I add some sugar in my water.
No, dipshit. It is no doubt that Ronda Rousey has a ton of immense competition and fighting experience under her belt, and that includes MMA. She fought this person, Hayden Munoz. That was in 2010, her amateur debut. She defeated the hell out of her. It was awesome. I'm pretty sure cameras better than this existed in 2010. I mean, that is just like, you had to try hard to have something look that bad, I feel like. Is that just me? She eventually got into Strikeforce, which is like sort of a participatory league before the UFC that eventually a lot of big UFC greats were in Strikeforce. Tim Kennedy, for example, a couple others, I'm sure. A lot of them. Ronda beat up Miesha Tate. She was a massive woman MMA fighter at the time. Huge deal. Ronda won the first match, got a belt, and then rematched at UFC 168, and that was also another awesome success. This is when Anderson Silva was still relevant, and I believe the same card where Anderson Silva fucking snapped his leg into 2 pieces. Ronda, kind of grumpy. She's got like this pout to her, right? Hey, would you shut up? I'm gonna put you in the ring and you're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fucking fight. Ronda refused. She did the old I refuse to shake your hand because I disrespect you because I'm about to whip up on you. That's not very sportsmanlike, but also at the same time, who cares?
Wow, she went to shake Ronda's hand and Ronda walked away from her.
The UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion. Wow, she went to shake Ronda's hand and Ronda walked away from her. This is huge news, Dean. Huge news, Dean. Yeah, Ronda's got a bit of an attitude, though. And she showed it very early, and she, I never bought into the hype.
I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what it is about Holly that makes you want to fight her so much, and also what makes you so confident that you can win.
Well, what makes me so confident that I can win is I'm the greatest fighter in the world.
Not ever a big fan of Ronda Rousey. She seems smug, and I didn't like her. I like people with good sportsmanship and people who are nice.
Alexander Volkanovski with a virtuoso performance tonight.
I've only recently started to like Nick and Nate Diaz. What can I say? I'm a narc, basically. Ronda's career was just beginning now. She would continue to go on and win more titles and be an absolute badass and get on Joe Rogan's podcast. Joe Rogan said at one point that she could beat most of the men, most of the bantamweight men. Now, I'm no misogynist, but that's just not true. Unfortunately, for Ronda Rousey, she won a bunch of titles, though. Very, very, very popular. Probably the most popular woman in MMA up until recently, or the last, like, maybe 8 years or so, 6 years. And, she had a bit of a fall from grace, all right? We'll get into that. Pretty cool. 12 wins, 2 losses. 12 wins, that's the fucking shit ton. Quite frankly, since her fall from grace, it's been relatively quiet. She hasn't had a lot of coverage. She had a husband for a while, and I think he didn't do very well in the UFC. He did for a little bit, had a bit of a run, but I forget his name, okay? He's this big, hairy guy. I'm not even really sure. I think this is her husband. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Joe Rogan, I forget. The point is, Ronda Rousey was absolutely the figurehead for women's combat sports, and now she is not. She's just not the figurehead at all. There's a few channels that I watch on a semi-regular basis, Sunny V2 and Too Lazy to Try. Kind of a fan, a little bit partial to Too Lazy to Try. I really like that channel, okay? That dude doesn't put any effort in, and I love it.
Alright, so Ronda Rousey recently called out Joe Rogan for turning on her after she lost the Holly Holm fight. Because if you remember, before Ronda lost, Joe was a huge fan of hers. Some would say her biggest fan.
He can do anything at all, and I love that shit. It's really good content. You want to just hear someone talk basically critical, but even lazier. Just kidding. That's mean. Critical's not lazy. None of these people are lazy. It's hard shit. It's hard shit. I'm just joking around. I saw Too Lazy to Try's video a few weeks ago, and I was like, that's the first time I've heard Ronda Rousey's name in years.
And if you've listened to any of the podcasts she was on or seen clips from them, I'm sure you know she hasn't changed much, and she still hasn't gotten over her loss to Holly Holm.
Honestly, that's the first time I've thought about her since her head got kicked off her neck by Holly Holm back in whatever year that was, 2016 or something. Needless to say, though, it's a really interesting story. And how we get from there to here is really interesting. Because, you see, if there's one thing people don't like, it's someone with an insufferable ego. Someone who just thinks that they're God, kinda. Maybe the lamb that is written of in Revelations 5. Do a Koresh edit as I look at the camera. Turn me into David Koresh. Ha ha ha, POV, this is Ronda Rousey after a few consecutive wins. Her head, get it? Her head's so big and stuff because she won a lot and she did really well. To be fair, it was good, a high quality combat competition, but she just didn't evolve. And she would speak about herself as if she was an unstoppable Greek goddess impossible to defeat. Really crazy. She said that she was better than every single other girl in every area of MMA, which is just not true.
And I believe that I'm better than every other girl in every area of MMA. MMA striking is different, and I think I'm the best at it.
I get it. It's like the WWE, right? It's kind of like you're talking it up a little bit, but the MMA is real, though. That's like the difference is it's real. And for some reason, when when Conor McGregor does it, it's like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
This guy TKOs people. When I knock people out, they don't f***ing move. They're like, who the f*** is that guy? Who the f*** is that? No damn well who I am. Who the f*** is that? Damn. Oh my god.
And when she does it, it's like, oh, I don't like that at all.
I'm very, very confident in my ability to take a hit.
I don't like that. That's kind of weird. I didn't know I didn't like that, but I really don't like that. It's weird. She repeatedly claimed she's the best fighter in the world many times. By the way, this is all before she fought Holly Holm.
What makes me so confident that I can win is I'm the greatest fighter in the world.
Bit of a bully. Bit of a bully. She seems like a bully. She seems like a person who is just kind of mean. I mean, everyone else in women's combat sports is pretty badass, like Amanda Nunes. Even Miesha Tate was pretty cool. Holly Holm, absolute f***ing badass. Even at the time, like 9-10 years ago, when she was at her massive peak, her arrogance and attitude made her seem very out of touch, and people didn't like her. Even people who were her fans didn't like her, and they wanted to see that arrogance corrected. They wanted to see her get knocked down a peg. They were preying on her downfall. They were smoking that Rousey pack. Ooh. Do a cool smoking that pack edit. I'm surprised Frankie didn't freak out. Oh, there she is. Sit, baby. Me high five. Me high five. Oh, you're such a... Oh, don't fall. Check out this hilarious Reddit post from 7 years ago. Oh, my God. People really liked her early on. Lot of love. And then later on, lot of hate. Rousey's transitions and groundwork is truly beautiful, entertaining to watch and really effective. Ronda's such a badass. I like Tate too. Andrew Tate. But that was incredibly stupid on her part not to tap. I always thought it was weird that they let her beat up Andrew Tate like that. That was really strange to me. Like, Andrew Tate was in the UFC for a couple years, and he lost. For some reason, he fought in the 135-pound class division of women's MMA. Very strange. You see, guys, that was a joke. That was a sarcasm. That was sarcasm. That was a joke. It's not real. It's not real. So, sometimes when I say stuff, it's not real. It's not true. It's supposed to be funny. And then people comment about it, and I'm like, well, that's unfortunate that someone believed that. Oh well. Not my problem. Then we got this guy 9 years ago. He got some haters, obviously, as well back then. God, I hope Holm beats Ronda. I'm getting kind of sick of the Ronda hype. I liked her for the last couple years, but now I'm getting sick of how cocky she is when, although she's good, she's not as good as she thinks, but rather is a fighting competition way below her. Absolutely true. By the time she eventually faced Holly Holm, you can see her record here. There's quite a few fights. By the time she faced Holly Holm, there was already a big shift in attitude. People wanted to see her get knocked down a peg or two just because she's cocky and not like she's the savior of little girls. Like it's just such a strange. I would never want to talk to anyone who's that cocky. That's insane. Living in a fantasy land. All she did was talk shit, which I'm behind, and act cocky. Not as behind. There are ways to do both those things that are fun. For example, Conor McGregor. But it's satisfying to see him get beat the up too. Even if you like him, it's just, I want to see that fucking little. Who's the little guy in boxing who can't read?
It's a special ASLELS challenge for you, Floyd. If you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to.
I want to see him lose. God, even if it's against Jake or Logan Paul or something.
I come into fight, it's for real, and I'm going to beat you, and that's the way it is. For me, I'd rather die and go bankrupt than ever walk out of there not the winner. I'm going to walk out of there the winner every single time. Lost and not winner.
What if you walk out the loser and also basically died in the eyes of the public and probably are close to going bankrupt? Because that's like pretty close to reality. Just kidding, she made a lot of money. On the other side of that coin, we have Holly Holm, someone who is incredibly sweet, who has incredible sportsmanship, who is a true person to be idolized for, children, young people, whatever it is, young boys, girls, whatever. This is an athlete. This is a star here. And even she had some positive words for Ronda.
Just your thoughts on fighting Ronda and what she's done for the sport?
Oh, I don't think anybody can talk negative about that. She's done a lot for the sport, and that's helped pave the way for us. So I'm not gonna lie about that or deny that. I have all the respect in the world for her, but I'm very competitive, and I feel like I belong in there as well. So I'm going with everything I got.
True champ, handles herself like a champ. That's awesome. Didn't even make a joke. Better person than I, easily. Just kidding. She does make a slight poke, but it's pretty funny.
I'm walking with every bit of confidence into this fight. Confidence without being cocky or overconfident. I know I'm up against the best fighter. They aren't calling her the most dominant female fighter. They're calling her the most dominant female athlete. So that's a lot to carry. Absolutely. Do I have to do everything right? Absolutely. But it's possible.
What about Serena Williams? Who the called Ronda Rousey the most dominant female athlete? Everybody knew that Holly was a beast at this point as well. I mean, she's an incredible kickboxer. Head kicks, badass. People were saying head kick KO Ronda Rousey, head kick KO Ronda Rousey. Here's Ronda Rousey talking about in her head kicks looking like Conan the Barbarian.
This one's going to be a much longer fight because she's a 19-time boxing world champion with 100% takedown defense and like head kick knockouts. I mean, she's undefeated, an amazing athlete, and the biggest threat definitely to me, especially on paper and stylistically. And she's the type of fighter that you have to be very, very patient with. I feel like she's going to try and like keep distance and keep far away from me and get me frustrated to a point I'll make a mistake and she can try and kick me in the head, but it's not going to go like that. Not the way that she wants.
It went exactly like that, TBH. Also, that is the whack haircut.
Bruh.
That is the whack haircut of all time right there. There was a brief scuffle at the weigh-ins. Everyone wanted her to get head kicked. She's standing like the machinations of our mind, the machinist. I love weigh-ins. Even in the wake of starting shit with her, Holly still showed Ronda restraint and respect. Joe Brogan asked her about her thoughts on Ronda, and she was pretty nice.
Give us your thoughts on Ronda as a champion and what tomorrow night means to you.
Well, I'm here, and that's right. I am here to shock the world, but I know that I have an answer with Ronda. I have all the respect for her in the world. She's done a hard job there. She's, the rep for everybody, but I'm a different fighter.
Then Joe Brogan talked to Ronda, and she was honestly
I just wanted to get her in the face and show her that I was there for a reason. She's the one that put the fist on my face. I didn't touch her. She's the one that touched me, and I told her that fake sweet ass is I see right through it. I really do. It was all fake. All until now. All that respect, all that everything, all you being sweet. I see right now that it's fake, and you're gonna get it on Sunday.
That's fake. I see right. The thing I can see right through it. All right. She hasn't head kicked you yet, so there's no reason to be punch drunk and have your words jumbled, but there is. And that's one of her biggest excuses we'll get into later, guys. Ronda, up until this point, was undefeated, which made it all the worse and more shocking when she went down with a perfectly placed head kick KO. By God, I got up and I did 3 front flips simultaneously, or at least that's what I felt like I did. I didn't do any of that. I just stood up. I was really excited when this happened. It was awesome.
Ronda's in trouble.
And she said, she's dead. She died. She knocked the ego out of her, changed her whole career, changed her entire mindset, ruined her life. It was awesome. And then she broke up with Travis Barker, or Travis Pastrana, or Travis... What are you doing? I'd rather see y'all back there f***ing or something. You know how they always mount up on one another? It's really weird, but the licking thing is really old, and I get tired of it. Stop! Oh yeah, by the way, a little random thing. I got a candy company. It's called Sour.gg. It's called Sour Place, but go to Sour.gg and buy some new flavors. We got some pretty cool shit, guys. And yeah, it's just, there's a lot going on right now, and it's awesome. And I love it. People cheered on the defeat. It was awesome. I cheered it on. My whole family was so excited, dude. So excited. It was awesome. It was great. I loved it. Wanda's ego was so out of control, and she thought herself unbeatable. She had no respect for anyone and test all of her opponents. She deserved to get knocked out and brought down to earth. Thank you, Russell Meyer, 883. Should work on that speech impediment, though. It's a little distracting. Ronda, no longer undefeated. Twitch hype train derailed. Okay, she couldn't own the loss. She deflected it all, and she went up. She was still famous for a little while after that. And she was still relevant for a little while after that. And she just kept talking about how her title fights before in her 9 months. 3 title fights in 9 months. No one else has ever attempted that.
It was my 3rd title fight in 9 months, and I don't think anyone's ever even attempted that before. And
That's a lot.
yeah, but I don't make any excuses or anything like that.
She says some really insane shit in this interview with Ellen the Degenerate. And it's, the main one is this, where she said it's a choice to be defeated.
I really do believe I'm still undefeated because being defeated is a choice. Everybody has losses in their life, but I choose to always be undefeated.
That's not how it works, though. She also makes the excuse, said she was tired.
I've fought in worse conditions, but I think the one thing that was different, I just kind of felt tired.
Pretty fucking hilarious, a total 180 on the attitude.
I'm the greatest fighter in the world. I think the one thing that was different, I just kind of felt tired.
Stuck a needle in the ego and let all the air come out until it's just a deflated ball sack of excuses and just refusal to take accountability for anything. Just a ball sack, though, a hairy ball sack. She even broke down crying on the Ellen.
I was like in the medical room, and I was like down in the corner. I was sitting in the corner, and I was like, what am I anymore if I'm not this? And I was literally sitting there and like thinking about myself, and then exact second, I'm like, I'm nothing. I'm like, what do I do anymore? And no one gives a shit about me anymore.
You lost once. What? What kind of perspective is that? That's f***ing insane. You lost once. Holly Holm heard about that and of course was very kind because she's a good, nice person with a solid head on her shoulders. Her shoulders that are substantially more fit than mine. She got good shoulders. Look at her. She got
that after she lost the
amazing shoulders.
title. How does it make you feel when you hear that?
Well, you know, I've kind of just been. I know that for me, whenever I've been kind of down, the last person that I really want to be giving me, you know, consoling me is the person that maybe did it. It's kind of like leave me alone. Deal with this. So I don't take that lightly when anybody says anything like that. So I always want the best for them. I feel like the best thing to do is surround yourself by people that support you, and you know, doesn't necessarily have to be out there in the media.
Toughen up. Learn to lose. That's what I would have said. Just kidding. That's not what I would have said. I would have felt probably pretty bad as well. But what an incredible human being Holly is with this response. And this began the downward trajectory, and it would continue. It would continue. 2015, end of 2015, early 2016, right when I was becoming a YouTuber, guys. I was about to start playing. I was about to go on a just run for the ages. Literally, just 9 years ago, a 9-year run. Amazing Frog. I'll see you bums later. I'm gonna go out and explore and see if I can find any more Christmas stuff because I'm really excited about all this Christmas stuff in here, guys. This is me right here, Amazing Frog, Feed and Grow Fish. And then you got Ronda Rousey. That's us, basically. Just kidding, by the way. She's rich as shit. She's one of the most talented women in combat sports of all time. I'm joking, all right? I'm joking, but it's fun to do that. It's fun to joke about it, you know? It would take Ronda over a year to get back into the ring, which is probably a good idea. Big-ass head kick knockout like that, not good. Not good. That's gonna f*** you up for the rest of your life. You will feel that from now until infinity and beyond and all that. But 13 and a half months later, she would fight Amanda Nunes, who is an incredible fighter in women combat sport. During the face-off, she didn't have a big stinking attitude. She left the stage immediately. She was different. At 2 face-offs, she didn't say a word. Ronda seems like her ego was maybe she's coming back, guys. Maybe she's coming back.
I'm here with champion Amanda Nunes. Amanda, this is a massive opportunity for you to fight the most famous women's fighter in the history of the sport. Give us your thoughts on this opportunity to defend your title.
She left. She's still grumpy. I'm leaving. I'm not talking to Joe Rogan. I think this was after he had talked some shit about her on his podcast. I think she was really upset. She hates everybody. She's very sour.
We don't have a Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson in women's MMA yet, but it's coming. It's coming. And Ronda's not that. You know, Ronda's more like maybe like a Chuck Liddell or one of the early pioneers of men's MMA. Super talented, really fun to watch, but perhaps limited in their approach.
This kind of attitude, by the way, really compounded all the people who already wanted to see her lose. They're like, oh, now she's a sore loser. Amanda's positive. Ronda is nothing but negative. Still hasn't shaken the loss from 13 and a half months ago exactly. Show some class, craphead. Yeah, see? At this point, a lot of people were like, well, Amanda's probably going to beat the shit out of her and knock her out. She already got knocked out once. This is the end for Ronda Rousey, and she'll probably quit. People were theorizing that. There was a lot of people saying she'd retire, and by God, that fight went even more poorly for Ronda. She only lasted 48 seconds. She got knocked clean out. Supposed to be a championship fight, but it looks like maybe the easiest fight Amanda Nunes has ever fought in her whole life. Didn't last very long. It was awesome. Stiff, flat-footed, got drunk on her own fucking potions. She was her own potion seller for a while, and it led to her downfall, guys. Baller, epic, big pimpin'. I love that. You love to see it. After she gets KO'd and they announce the winner, she looks just sad. She's like, yep, career's over. How embarrassing. Look at the pre-fight thug face. You should have done Indian Joe Car, Ronda. Then you might have scared Nunez. That would be really scary, actually. Yeah, those theories about her retiring if she lost again, they were completely correct. Her armbar won't work on actual really talented strikers. Her massive, awesome, epic armbar and her judo skills. She said she was the greatest striker of all time.
MMA striking is different, and I think I'm the best at it.
What she actually meant is that she was a good striker with really flat feet and a glass jaw. One-dimensional. 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 As soon as you meet two-dimensional, aka Paper Mario, it's over for you, dude. The end has begun for Ronda Rousey here. She shut down even further, and she went from the most cocky, unlikable person to a sad human being, unable to take accountability for her actions.
Have you been able to, do you think about the last couple fights? Do you think about what happened, or have you processed it all? The last fight against Amanda or Holly?
I think I'd just rather not talk about that right now.
You're an adult. It doesn't hurt to just say, hey, yeah, I lost. I got high on my own supply. I was smoking that pack, and I got a little too fucking into it. And I may only be just a girl, but I don't know. Maybe I would talk to the PR team or something like that. I'm not sure. It's just important to remember, though, that there were people who said that this person here who reacts to loss like this and who loses like this, there were people who said she was the greatest fighter who ever lived. Joe Rogan said she could beat any man in the bantamweight. He says he's hypothetical on it. I don't know about that. I think he might have just been drinking the fucking supply as well. People thought that she could beat Floyd Mayweather. What? Now the pendulum's the opposite way, and she's a victim. Incredibly hard on herself, fixating on her losses.
I got to the finals of World Championships and I lost, and I went to 2 Olympics and I lost, and it's still hard to realize your childhood dreams, are not coming true.
She considered,
What am I anymore if I'm not this? And I was literally sitting there and thinking about in an exact second. I'm like, I'm nothing. I'm like, what do I do anymore? And no one gives a shit about me anymore without this.
Seemed like she was really hurt. Okay, guys? And what does every athlete that gets really hurt do? Well, they turn to a world of dreams and imagination and glass elevators and glass ceilings. No, not glass ceilings. They turn to the WWE.
Introducing the challenger, the baddest woman on the planet, Rowdy Ronda Rousey!
Yay! Logan Paul, yay! She got insanely embarrassed and then went on the WWE.
Ronda Rousey with a kendo stick, and Charlotte with 2 kendo sticks in hand.
She appeared a few times on that WrestleMania 31 in 2015. That was her first appearance. That was pre-big massive loss, and she just kind of pivoted fully into it after all the big L's.
This is my ring. So Rhonda, unless you're gonna sit over there and enjoy WrestleMania like a nice little fan, why don't you get the hell out of my ring?
It was just really cringe. I don't get the WWE, alright? I don't get it. I don't get it. And I love saying shit that makes people mad about it. I like saying, I thought only white trash people watch this. And then people are like, I will like it. And I'm like, well, that sucks. I don't know. I just have a really warped view of the WWE, I guess. I never understood it. Isn't it fake?
He's had a very busy week here in Saudi Arabia. He's had dinner with many princes.
In March of 2018, she would make her first true debut, I guess, at WrestleMania 34 in a mixed tag team match with her and Kurt Angle.
I got a 66 and 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me and he's not even going to try.
Versus Stephanie McMahon and Triple H. Kurt Angle, this guy, the guy with the big wide neck, yeah, that's Kurt Angle. Oh, she picked him up, yeah, oh my god, yeah, oh my god, here comes Ronda in the ring. So also cringe. Whoa! Is that real? Oh, armbar! Just like the UFC! God, that's fun. God, that's fun. She was beloved by fans yet again, but shit took a bad turn. She got arrested. Okay. I don't know if it was real. I'm starting to think that all this is fake. So it was real. She put it in the back of the squad car and all that stuff. I'm not sure. Dude, I don't even know what happened. Ronda got paired up with this chick, Becky Lynch, in the WWE. Someone more beloved than herself. Never heard of her, to be honest. They got arrested. There was a script and a bit and stuff. And this led to Becky carrying the storyline into real life. Twitter. She showed some fake, stupid mugshots of her getting arrested, and it was really dumb. Ronda, you go back and get that belt because I didn't come this far to click. Stephanie, I give you get arrested. Ronda replied like a Twitch streamer on Twitter, saying she was just a dumbass. I mean, this was her response. That's what I'm trying to do, dumbass. You hobbling around like you be a Ginger Crutch Ninja and taking fake prison photos in the hallway isn't helping. Becky said as a response to that, keep that F word out of your mouth and concentrate on getting better at this business instead of trying to remain above it. Look forward to seeing you real soon. Ronda then responded by saying, F word, you mean fake? Fake like your nonsensical BS armbar that doesn't even work and looks like you're holding the you wish you had. Yeah, that is pretty cringe. And then she doubled down and said, Rebecca Quinn, I don't care what the script says. I'm beating the living shit out of you next time I see you. She then pulled an Oompaville and started talking about how it's all scripted and made up. She did this on her YouTube channel.
I meant that I'm going to disrespect the sport that they all love so much. Oh, don't break kayfabe, Ronda. Wrestling's it's scripted. It's made up. It's not real. None of those bitches can touch me. The end.
Guess I was right, guys. Guess it is fake. Guess it is fake. Yeah, I don't know. It's all just a bit, I assume, right? No, because the WWE kicked her off, and she got kicked off. She started bashing the sport continuously. She just made an enemy of WWE, which you really don't want to do. Anyone who's outraged by calling pro wrestling is fake, fight for a fight has never been a real fight. Yes, I understand wrestling. I tough on the body, yet 3 fight, you would be dead. And then she shit talked her own fans on Steve-O's show. Just a massive, just lots of L's. Lots of feet in the grave of ungratefulness and just, I mean, truly, self-made failure. Self-made success, self-made failure. Unfortunate.
Where do women with no legs work? I don't know either, but it's crawling with
She said in this that she'd never return to the WWE full-time again.
Well, if I ever do come back, it will never be at a full-time capacity ever again.
Right. Like maybe come back for WrestleMania.
He should play a ghoul in season 2 of Fallout, to be honest. She was back at Royal Rumble 2022, and by God, I watched every second of it. I'm a huge fan of that. All right, just kidding, guys. I don't give a. Oh my God! Look at all these fans. This is a true WWE moment.
The baddest woman on the planet is back! Are you kidding me?
Not exactly sure what Ronda's doing. She's no longer part of the WWE. Okay, and then after 2022, she didn't want to be there. She walked out with attitude. Seemed like she really didn't want to be back in the WWE. I'm not sure if she was doing it for money or what. I'm not sure how much money they make. She came back in 2022. She looked really grumpy, walked out with an attitude. What's real, what's fucking fake? Wrestle Ops tweeted. Ronda Rousey is now officially no longer a part of the WWE. The company moved her to the alumni section of her website. Seems like poor Ronda just can't catch a break. So many L's. She failed at real fighting, but also won heavily. I mean, it's really important to acknowledge the massive, 95% just awesomeness, 5% just terrible cringe. Maybe closer to 80-20. But still, she also couldn't get out of the WWE. So how does someone like that talk about their career? How do they talk? How do they get out of that hole? Well, guys, they don't. They dig the hole. They ask for a shovel, and then they dig the hole even fucking deeper.
She's a fraud, and I know that like I'm the greatest
This
fighter
is 4 weeks
that,
ago,
is,
by the
that
way.
has ever lived, but when it got to a point where I'd just taken so much neurological damage that I couldn't.
Oh man, are you really blaming everything on taking neurological damage? You're a fighter. Isn't that the whole deal? You get punched in the head, not in the ring, not in the UFC when you're getting paid, but like to train, you get punched in the head a lot in training. That's sort of how it works. She's still, a month ago, by the way. This isn't 2021. This isn't 2016. This is a month ago, stating she's the best fighter to ever live.
And just from that one fight, everybody felt like, oh, she's a fraud. And I know that, like, I'm the greatest fighter that has ever lived, but when it got to a point where I'd just taken so much neurological damage that I couldn't take it anymore, suddenly everything that I accomplished meant nothing.
What about Muhammad Ali's daughter? Or just someone else, some other girl, you know? Because if we're talking girls, I don't know. I don't even fucking know. Holly Holm, Amanda Nunes, Rose Rose, what's her last name? Rose, we're talking men. We're talking Habib and we're talking John Jones. And if you don't like that, then you're dumb as to be honest. And just fucking making excuses as to why she lost.
People making all these judgments about me in a fight where I was literally, my first loss, I was not, like, my mouth guard was bad. I literally came into that fight concussed from slipping down some stairs already after all of these years of, concussions. And then I had absolutely terrible weight cut, which, that means you have less fluid in your brain to protect it. And I was out on my feet for the entire fight. I was just trying to make it look like I wasn't hurt, but I wasn't there cognitively.
Her mouth guard was bad. She was already concussed because she fell down the steps. Hey, listen, lady, I fell down the steps when I was like 9 years old and have a giant scar on the back of my head, and I couldn't see right and have had chronic migraines ever since. Don't see me making any excuses about it. Just kidding. Obviously, she fights in combat sports, so probably didn't help. She blames that concussion on years of other concussions as something that compounds. She says that your brain can't callus, which is absolutely true, but you have access to experts and you have access to advice, and you don't have to just fight 3 times a year. Championship fights, you don't have to do that. You can take time off and heal your brain. It's a thing that people do quite frequently. She also blames it on her weight cut for that fight as well, which it did look like a rough weight cut, and the lack of fluid for the Holly Holm fight, and the lack of fluid in your brain does sometimes can lead to it shutting off a little more, they say. Just being dehydrated is bad for you. Seems like to me she'll never recover. She's an unsportsmanlike brat, to be honest. Like, one of the most dislikable persons I've ever seen in combat sports, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of pieces of shit. Some of them are murderers. They're not necessarily good people. I have met quite a few of them. They're pretty. All right. I met Tim Kennedy. He was pretty fucking cool. I was talking to Tim Kennedy. All right. I was chilling with Tim Kennedy for like 30 seconds. Chilling. Talking to Tim Kennedy for 30 seconds. He's like, all right, guys, I need to go send an email. Walks off, gets in a helicopter, flies away. What the fuck? Not even joking. That's 100% true. You can ask my girlfriend. That shit was crazy. Ronda Rousey, on the other hand, doesn't seem like she'll ever recover from this, and she's dropping the opportunities. It's just not good, man. It's just not good. How do you deal with that legacy? It's really interesting to me because it seems like there's so much stuff you could do to just easily 180 and get yourself out of it. You don't have to be sour and negative and blame shit on everybody else but yourself. If you're to take responsibility and act like a nice, cool person, people will respond. That's kind of how it's kind of how it works. Good people don't get just shit on. Generally speaking, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong and an idiot, but it seems like Ronda Rousey has surfaced again, and her legacy is really coming to the top because she's promoting a book. It's called Rousey Our Fight, and she went on Steve-O's podcast, showed it off there.
We're here to talk about your new book. It's your second book. And is this new book described as a memoir?
Yeah, they're both memoirs. I just had a lot of life happen, so I had to space it out against 2 books. Maybe it'll be a third one day. I hope not.
Seems like the internet hates Ronda Rousey right now because she will do quite literally everything but admit that Holly Holm was a better fighter that day. Don't even give her one day. Nothing. Not even a single day. You can't even do that. And obviously, this shit got back to Holly. What did Holly say?
Ronda Rousey has released this book, and she's made a lot of revelation. She said she was concussed when she fought you, had many concussions before. Should be known as the greatest fighter ever, etc., etc. What's just your reaction when you hear this? Do you feel like she's trying to take away from your win all these years later? Do you think this is accurate? Just give us your thoughts.
Well, so everything I say, which I'm sure people will just take parts of what I'm about to say and make it sound how you guys want. But I say this all out of respect. In order to have a big upset like that fight was, you have to have a dominant champion. So without her being so dominant, then But with that being said, I was the better fighter. I was the better fighter that night. And every fighter at this point, if you've made a career of fighting, you've had a concussion at some point. You go back and look at some of my boxing fights and some of the things that I've done, I've definitely had some concussions. So I'll never sit here and use that as an excuse for any loss. And I think that it's probably just hard for her to really want to maybe admit that I was just the better fighter.
There you go. Another KO. Another KO. She's trying to be a history revisionist, Ronda is, and Holly Holm knocked her out again. And back to Joe Rogan. He's got a bit of internal conflict on Ronda's legacy. Joe kind of paved the way, carried the bandwagon. Like I said, he thought Ronda could beat 50% of the bantamweight men, which is just fucking not. That's crazy. He was Ronda's biggest hype man, pretty much. Look at this hype. Look at all this hype. Huge hype train.
Sort of historical event. She's just some incredible historical figure. I really knew that I was seeing history. You're about to watch history. You're in the middle of history. And to call her fights, to be able to call her fights is I don't use that word lightly at all. It is a real honor. Roll out the red carpet. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. That stuff freaks me out. It's an honor to call your fights.
Dana, when you get a chance to watch Ronda Rousey fight, it's not a fight. We're witnessing the second coming of Christ. Revelations 5, she is the Lamb. She is the Lamb, Dana.
He then realizes that he was just kind of wrong, and he said that she was good but limited, and she wasn't the most brutal or skillful. And he's just kind of honest, and then Ronda takes that as saying Joe Rogan made a 180 on her. She can't take criticism.
There's very high level striking, very high level submissions, very high level fluid overall mixed martial arts games that you're seeing in the women's division. And Ronda, in a lot of ways, as spectacular as she was, had a very limited approach. She didn't kick. She punched, but she wasn't necessarily the most brutal knockout puncher, and she wasn't necessarily the most skillful boxer. She didn't really have a tremendous amount of experience. What she had was incredible athleticism, a world-class mindset. She was a world-class athlete. She's a former Olympian, and outstanding judo. Her judo and her arm bars are amongst the best in the world.
She's the person most allergic to criticism I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, all right. A dangerous ego. When you lose, it's humiliating. You humiliate yourself. You humiliate yourself even further. Even further. You respond with anger instead of humility and grace. It's easy. It's easy. There's plenty of paths. Plenty of people have lost. People have lost battles. People have lost their families. People have lost a lot more than Ronda Rousey and responded with things like humility and grace. They shift their perspective. She's still very rich, doing extremely well. How about shut the fuck up? I don't see her getting any fans anytime soon. It's just, dude, look how many views this shit has for the UFC. The most respectful moments, 27 million views. I love it when people have respect. Even if they start off talking shit, they have respect at the end of it. Dude, Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz, they had respect. There's class. There's class. You can be a negative person for the show of it and sell the fights, but God, people like cheering the underdogs. People like cheering, they like going against the grain, and it just will never work out for Miss Ronda Rousey. Anyways, y'all.
Drive home a champion today during the Hyundai Race to the Cup sales event.
What's up, guys? If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Also, please smash that like button on the video and enjoy the show.
When you're in Baghdad in that time period, you could just hear the car bombs going off all day, all night. Hear the gunshots, hear the gunfights, and it was just bombs, terrorists, suicide bombers all the time. People coming back all f***ed up, seeing these vehicles getting blown up, seeing what's left of them, if anything. It was, this guy died, this guy died, this guy died, this guy died, and that's why we were so busy. We were killing these guys that were making the bombs, we were killing the guys that were planting the bombs, we were killing the guys that were detonating the bombs, and it was saving American lives.
welcome to New Jersey, sir.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, man. I found your show, I guess about, what is it now? We're in May or June, so I guess it was like a year ago. Probably like April, May last year. You did the one with Rob O'Neill, who's probably been on like 6,000 podcasts. So I almost was like, oh, this again. But I'm glad I clicked it because that was actually, of the ones I had seen, I'd probably watched 5 or 6 of him before. That was the best podcast anyone has ever done with him. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, you know, you were a Navy SEAL and the two of you just kind of understand each other. But I loved every second of that.
Well, thanks for watching. What made you click it?
You know what? Like, I'll usually watch podcasts, and when I say watch, I say that liberally because, like, it's on the third screen there while I'm working, so I just kind of listen to it. But when I'm doing work that doesn't involve me editing, like, audio of the show, I try to turn on podcasts, and I try to listen to all kinds of I mean, I listen to, like, everything. So I saw this come up.
The reason you guys are here is this is as close as we've ever been to Osama bin Laden.
Good evening. The Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden is dead, killed by American special forces who raided his hideout in Pakistan in the early hours of the morning.
And I remember putting my first foot came out, and I'm looking at bin Laden's house, and I remember thinking, I guess we'll start the war from here.
And I clicked your channel. I saw it was like a big channel. I was like, why have I not heard of this? And then I'm like, all right, let's give this a go. Next thing you know, it's like 3 a.m. and I'm looking at that screen like this, like, holy shit. He's talking about being in a foxhole with Hillary Clinton and shit, and I'm like, oh my God. So, I don't know, that's why.
Well, thanks for checking it out, man.
And thanks for checking me out, too. I was happy to see that we had someone in common with Andy Bustamante and with Pomp before that. You did a great podcast with him. But it's really cool when you see people from afar and you admire what they're doing, and then you get to connect with them and see what they're about, and then see that they're the same person off camera too, which is always really cool.
Yeah.
But what got you, like, what made you want to do this? Because you were, you know, you did 15 years, Navy SEALs, CIA, and did some crazy work around the world, and then kind of seamlessly transitioned to making an amazing podcast.
Well, are you talking about why I went into podcasting?
Yes.
Or YouTube in general?
Whichever one, actually.
Well, so when I left the agency, I didn't have a plan. I kind of left abruptly, and I'd love to tell you about that, but I can't, unfortunately. But
so it goes.
Yeah, but I didn't have a plan, and so I decided, I'll start a business, and my business was going to be helping wealthy people come up with a plan of action in case of a crisis. And
never heard that one.
Yeah, never heard that. Real original, right? And that's why I fell flat on my face. So that didn't work. I didn't know anybody. I was a horrible networker. And so I kind of fell into, well, what does everybody want to see? They want to see SEALs and operators shooting guns and teaching tactics and stuff like that. So that's how I started. Still couldn't get any clients. Had some people in South Florida. I lived in South Florida at the time that kind of helped grow my network, helped me get a course together. Did that. That kind of jet launched it. And then I started getting all these emails about what kind of stuff do I teach, what do I carry, should they carry one in the pipe, and it was all the same questions. So I'm horrible with emails. Who isn't, right? And so I decided, hey, instead of emailing all these people back, I'll just make a YouTube video answering all the frequently asked questions. And one of those videos wound up getting like 5 or 6 million views.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was an EDC pocket dump at a gun shop, Wex Gun Works. And we did another one. And it was, I think it was, should I carry around in the chamber? And that one got 1 million or 2 million views. And I would always give these kind of like brochures, or not brochures, questionnaires out in my critiques, in my courses, asking, and one of the questions was, how did you find us? And it was always YouTube. Never Instagram, never word of mouth. It was always YouTube.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and so the channel just started growing. I started getting tired of teaching tactics, and there's a lot of egos in that game, as I'm sure you can imagine. And I don't like that. I'm not a chest pounder. I'm not here to belittle anybody. I don't like being belittled, and it's just not my tribe, man. So I decided I'm gonna try this podcasting stuff, and part of the reason I started that, also there was a multitude of reasons, but I got tired of seeing the same people be heard on the media, on podcasts. It was the same over and over and over and over again. And there's so many, I mean, as we both know, there's so many people in the world who have something important to say, or have a story that's going to bring somebody hope, or they have truth that needs to be shared. And those are all in historic events being documented. I mean, I don't know how much you listen to my podcast, but especially when it comes to the war fighters and the veterans, I mean, everybody that's been on there has been involved in some very high profile, unique stuff, and that stuff needs to be documented for the generations coming up. And that all of these things kind of encompassed together is what kind of motivated me to do the podcast.
When you're talking about the same people appearing over and over again on podcasts, are you talking in general, or also like specifically even from like the military world, kind of where you have the same?
Both.
Okay.
Both. You know, in the veteran community, and I'll probably get some hate from this from some of the other companies, but I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, but all they give a shit about is numbers. And then once these companies get developed and these personalities get developed, and then they get paranoid that somebody's going to overtake them. The top trainer at the time, who, you know, maybe he's Delta, maybe he's SEAL, maybe he's Team 6, maybe he's an Air Force PG. It doesn't matter. When you reach that level, these guys start getting paranoid, and they get selfish, and they don't want to spread the wealth around. You know, they want all the fun, the fame, they want all the money, and so they control the market. And who they do, they build these little bitty networks, and that's why you see all the same people just go. It's like a circle jerk.
They build networks.
Yeah, and so what I did is I broke the network.
And you built your own network.
Exactly. That's exactly what I did. I built my own network. I got tired of seeing the same people win every single time when none of these other guys are getting a chance to be heard. And so I started going after the people that have these phenomenal stories that have never been heard. Like DJ Shipley was one.
Yeah.
Kyle Morgan was one. Just about everybody on my show has been one, you know. And then it just grew, and I started getting guys like Eric Prince, who could be heard if he wanted to be heard, but he avoids the media like the plague.
How did you get him?
I got him through the Blackwater episode. He watched that, and the Blackwater Massacre episode that we were talking about earlier.
Can you tell people who haven't heard of that before, who are listening right now, what that was, and then how you had in these guys and kind of the background? I'd love to dig into that.
Well, let me think of a shorter explanation. But so I believe it was 2007, Baghdad, Nassour Square. There was a big shootout. I can't remember how many people died.
17, I think.
Was it 17?
I think it was. We'll check that.
But the media, all of the media, conservative, liberal, doesn't matter, none of the media gave these guys a fair shake, and there was a narrative against them, which I didn't realize actually until I started digging into that interview.
And who were these guys?
These guys were Blackwater contractors for the State Department.
They're there basically in a military setting, protecting people.
Okay, so let's go back.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blackwater, back in the early 2000s up to maybe 2015-ish, is kind of, they started going down after 2007. But Blackwater was hired by the U.S. government to protect this particular contract for the State Department was to protect State Department officials in combat zones. So Baghdad, all over Iraq, all over Afghanistan, various other countries in the world, but they would protect State Department officials and diplomats. And they are the only company that never ever lost a principal being the person being protected. So that's how Blackwater, that's what the State Department contract at Blackwater was. These guys were on the State Department contract. They got in a shootout. Terrorists initiated it. And because of political reasons, they basically got rolled over.
As soon as we came to a stop, within a minute or less, I started hearing the pings on the side of my vehicle. And at the same time, I don't know if I heard Paul yell it out on the radio or just yell it out down the turret that there was a white Kia that was presenting a threat and it was coming towards the vehicle. So
4 Americans received lengthy prison sentences today for an infamous incident during the Iraq War. All 4 former Blackwater security contractors convicted in the killings of 14 unarmed Iraqis, including women and children, in Baghdad in 2007.
And it took years, though, too. I mean, they weren't even, if I remember correctly, because I will say, I just listened to that podcast last week, and you changed my mind on it. It was a podcast I'd avoided for a long time, because the narrative was what it was, and it just seems so strong against them that I'm like, oh, God, because I've heard you talk about it after that, like, oh, these guys didn't do anything. I'm like, are we sure about that? But I'm glad I listened, because basically it seems to me like the State Department, or I should say the government at that point, had gotten to a point 2 years later where they're like, all right, we're not doing this. Dropped it, and then there was, I guess, like a gaffe, like Biden said something offhand when he was vice president, and then they felt like about like, oh yeah, now we're going to look at that, and then they felt like they had to look at it, and then they didn't charge these guys again until it was like, what, 4 or 5 years out from the event itself?
They went to court 3 times, if I remember correctly. They were not going to get away. They were going to keep indicting them, keep charging them until they got them, and they did. They did. And I mean, we don't have to go into everything, but you saw all the evidence that was hidden, deleted, especially the drone footage. You know, do you remember that part?
Now, with even more velour softness in every roll, Royale Velour bathroom tissue.
Where she was saying that the reporter who you had in there, she was saying something about there's like 7 to 10 minutes where it's like they show up, there was drone footage above, and then it's gone, and you only see when they're leaving.
Yep. And they said, they when they were asked about it, they said, we routinely delete drone footage to conserve memory. But you don't delete a 10-minute piece of drone footage and then just picks back up. It just, you don't do that. You know, they deleted the evidence. They steamrolled them.
How do you feel when you find out, get to the bottom of the evidence and see something like that, when, in this case, a country that you love, America, that you're from, that you fought for at the highest levels, served in the military, served in the CIA, you know, you've been around the block with some of the most powerful parts of the government. How do you feel when you see something like that happen? Does that make you lose faith in the system in its entirety, or do you view that as sometimes these horrible things happen, and when they do, we need to point them out?
I lose faith in the system. I've seen too many of them happen. That particular interview, I mean, some of these interviews get to me. You know, you listen to them, at least you listen to a couple of them, and we get deep, and it's, yeah, I lose faith. I realize politicians are political prostitutes, and they will stop at nothing to get what they want, and that's what that was. There were oral deals involved. There was a status of forces agreement that needed to be re-signed, and to just to know that there are people out there. I mean, these guys are, you watch the interview. These are just red-blooded Americans that wanted to defend the country and fight for the country and protect U.S. dignitaries. And they did a phenomenal job doing that. Like I said, Blackwater has never lost a principle, ever. And to throw these guys, 3 of them were going to prison for what, 30-something years. One of them, Nick Slatton, was going to prison for life
without parole.
How the do these people sleep at night?
Yeah.
And how the are they still in? How is one of them the president of the United States now? You know, yeah, it gets to me. It really gets to me.
Oh, it's a career. You know, that's the problem. If I could sum it all up in one judgment, the problem with Washington is that it's a career, and that's not just the politicians. I mean, look at K Street. Look at the. I mean, I'm not a Trump guy at all, but I will give him this. When he termed that thing the swamp, I mean, that was pretty spot on. I don't know if he came up with that or someone else did, but props, because that's, to me, that's exactly what it is. And I think a part of it, just trying to look at it from the outside, is people will do things when they don't have to see it. You know, and you could probably relate to this when you hear people like me or anyone out there give opinions on the military or stuff like that. There has to be a part of you that's like, well, you haven't fucking been there, right? But at the
that's a big part of me.
Think of that same psychology though with these politicians. Like, yes, there are some straight up evil politicians. I'd say a lot of them are, but they make these choices behind a desk when they got 5 fucking staffers outside who are then going to go tell some other guy to do something, that tells some other guy, and eventually someone goes to prison at the end of that loop. There's no personal facing it with accountability right now, right there. They're not like standing next to those guys' prison cells and look them in the eyes and saying, you deserve to be in here. You know, there's a piece that gets lost, and then tragedy or even corruption in this case, I would call it, happens.
No matter what, it's a shame, you know, and these people need to pay for what they've done.
They're probably not gonna, though.
They probably won't, but they need to, and it just keeps happening, and it's going to keep happening if people don't start digging into this, you know. And I understand it because I had the same opinion as you, and I had walked in those shoes, you know, and I just automatically assumed they were guilty. I mean, everybody was out to get these guys, and this goes along the same lines as the Eddie Gallagher case too, but it just goes to show you cannot trust what you're watching on the news. You can't trust it. There's so much more, you know, and these people are being told what to say. They're being censored. They're being told what narrative to push, and then you watch an episode like that and you see how bad it actually is.
Yeah, and I think look, to put on the tinfoil hat with it for a second, I don't think it's much of a tinfoil hat at all, but I think there is a long-standing movement in this country that comes from within it and from outside it to sow division and to look at narratives never with any nuance. So at my gym a few years ago, I used to have like this little game that I didn't even have to play because it was just automatic all the time, every night. But when I would go to cool down on cardio afterwards, there would be 3 TVs on, and they were on mute with captions on, and they were always MSNBC, Fox, and CNN. And I used to just sit there laughing my ass off, watching the 2 on the outside tell the same story the one in the middle is telling, and they're both like, the left and right are calling each other completely evil, and the other side has absolutely no argument and painting entirely different stories about the same goddamn thing. And I'm like, how is this not programmed? Like, there's no way this is not literally programmed in, because it makes money and it also accomplishes a bigger goal, which is you make people fight over all these, not to play down some stories, but let's call it what it is, day-to-day, smaller, one-dimensional type stories, so that whatever the hell they're doing in the back scenes that they don't want you to see, they distract you from by getting you pissed off on all this stuff.
I mean, that's very true. The media is manipulated in so many ways. You know, it's just, it's, it's an advertising platform that's for sale.
That's a good way to put it. It's good. I have another theory on this. Would love to get your thoughts on it, but I call it the front page theory. And I'm sure someone else has come up with this before, but it's just something I thought about talking with a few people. But if you look at all the major publications that now will see like tweets with their headlines when it's funny, because you're like, they actually printed this. You think like New York Times, Washington Post, whatever. I think there are a lot of good journalists at these places. I think that those journalists don't get on the front page very often, though. When I've talked with other journalist friends of mine who are in the field, the way it seems to come out to me is that if you break down the entire system, you basically have 80-20. On the 80% side, 50 of those 80 are really good journalists who really care and just want to get to the truth. 30 of those 80, they care, they're just not very talented. And then you get the other 20. And the other 20 are those front page whores who will write whatever they gotta write, or say whatever they gotta say, report whatever they gotta report according to whatever predisposed narrative there is at that in time to get their ass on the front page. And I don't have to name names. You can go pull up the New York Times, you go pull up the Washington Post. There are people who are just on there all the time, and they're constantly, you know, in beautiful prose, I might add, reporting things where it's like, well, what the who wrote this headline?
Yeah.
Who wrote this paragraph right here? And to me, what it's doing is it's destroying the faith in the media as a whole, righteously so. But it's also taking away from a lot of the brilliant people, including some I've had in here, like Andy Greenberg and Joby Warwick, who write at some of these places and do a tremendous job and have for years. But once, you know, you have that next to your name, there's a subset of the population that through past events is going to be like, oh, can't listen to that no matter what. And you get looped in with it.
Well, that's the beauty of podcasting, right? This is taking over the news. It is taking over the news. And it's the only place that you can come and get your message out uninterrupted, unfiltered, no agenda, depending on which podcast you pick. But I mean, these long form interviews, I mean, they're diving deep. You're diving deep. I'm diving deep. Concrete's diving deep. There's a handful of podcasts out there that are getting truth out, and they're getting new ideas out, new opinions out that aren't being heard, and that's shaking things up. And look what's happening. The media's it's crashing.
Yeah.
It's crashing. People are losing confidence in the media, and more and more I'm seeing in comments and reviews and emails and messages, everything, that people are coming to podcasts, especially my podcast. I mean, because that's the messages I read, obviously, but they're coming there that's where they're getting their news. That's where they're getting truth. That's where they're diving deep into these subjects, and it's shaking things up, and it's going to take a lot people like us to do that.
So Sean was here for over 4 hours talking with me, and there was another part that we ended up recording that is different from everything we discussed in this episode that I do not want to cut. So I'm going to put it out, and I'm going to put it out as its own separate, probably about 1 hour long conversation sometime in the week after I record this podcast. So just keep your eyes open for that. It's really, really good, and I will see you when that drops. 100%. But actually, you had mentioned this earlier. Your friend Eddie Gallagher, that whole case, that was another one you litigated on your podcast.
Look, we're trying to wreck you a spot, and I look over, and they had little kids' heads on the spikes. There was dead bodies all over the place. We had our turf blown in half. I got pulled into the Mass Chief of Trade and said, hey, you're under investigation.
So, when you saw that case, because you didn't work with him in the Navy SEALs, right?
No.
What was your first thought? Did you think the media was doing that, or did you think he actually did it?
I thought he did it.
Really?
Yeah, I thought he did it. Even when there were people that I respected that say he didn't, there were people that I respected more who were still in, who were saying that he did do it. And because those guys were in, I thought, well, they have more information than I do, you know, and I really value the information that I get from some of the guys that I still know inside of there. But when they told me that, I was like, definitely. If they're saying that, he's guilty.
And can you tell people what he was accused of specifically?
Oh, he was accused of a couple of things. He was accused of the main thing was the one thing that I didn't get, and this was the main thing, was he was accused of killing an ISIS fighter in war.
It's supposed to be a good thing,
right? But once again, you got half the country jumping on this train. I mean, let's think about what ISIS was doing to us, and all these other terrorist organizations. They're cutting our dicks off after we're dead, stuffing them in our mouth. They're raping little kids. They put little kids in cages and burn them alive. They chop off news reporters' heads on international television. They put people in cages and slowly drown them in the river, you know? So why anybody in this country would be fucking outraged that a Navy SEAL killed an ISIS fighter is beyond me. It is. It's beyond. I just can't think of any circumstance that somebody wouldn't be happy that one of those people were eliminated off the earth. So we'll get through that, but that was the main thing, right? He killed an ISIS fighter.
You like stabbed him to death or something?
Stabbed him to death.
But you thought he was, now again, you thought he was guilty talking to the guys whose opinions you value. So even though it was an ISIS fighter, you thought there was something bad to it?
No, I didn't. That always confused me. But then if you go back in the media, then when that didn't stick, then it was, oh, he's killing women, oh, he's killing children, he's killing all these people, and it was like, well, this didn't stick, so let's add this, let's add this, let's add this. And anyway, so because I valued the opinions and the information that I was getting from former teammates of mine who are still in, I mean, I figure they've got to know. I mean, what the hell do I know? I've been out for over 10 years at this point. Close to, anyways. Then when I got him on the show, much like the Blackwater episode, I realized, I was like, this guy got steamrolled too, you know? And even after actually I don't want to say that because I'm not 100%, I don't remember the exact timeline of the case, but he may have been, it may have been thrown out after this, but even a Marine came out and said, I'm the one that killed him.
Oh, that killed the fighter?
Yes, I'm the one that killed the fighter, which I believe that's what got it thrown out. But the Navy was still on him. They tried to pull his trident, which is it's the SEAL insignia that you wear as a Navy SEAL. They tried to take his retirement, and that's where Trump kept having to step in and say, give the fucking guy his retirement back. Give the fucking guy his rank back. Give him his trident back. You're not going to do this. We already went through this. It's been through court, you know, and they had witnesses lying on the stand. And so when he came in for the interview, like I said, it was very similar to the Blackwater episode where I'm going to be honest, I was disgusted that I was ever a SEAL for weeks after that. I couldn't believe that I had spent time within a community that fucking burns their own people like that for killing an ISIS fighter. I mean, it was.
Do you think they just bought what they were sold, kind of like you did?
That is what happened. They had upper head shed throughout the SEAL teams running around telling the knuckle draggers like me, hey, we have video of them doing this. It's all going to come out in court.
But they didn't.
They didn't have any fucking video of it. Nothing came out in court. It was all lies, all of it.
That's where you lose me, when you start like making claims about stuff you know is not true. Like, oh, we got video. No, you don't.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that he was a particularly hardo known as like a hardo within the community, but also within like the training realm. So some of the guys didn't like him because of that. And so perhaps that's maybe why some of the people who were quote-unquote witnesses were pressing that, oh yeah, he probably did that for sure.
Look, just like you have lazy pieces of shit in corporate America, you got lazy pieces of shit in the SEAL teams too. And especially, not all of them, but it came with the next generation. You know, it came with the gaming generation. That's how, I think, where it started. You got guys that would rather sit on their fucking ass and play Call of Duty and play these video games rather than go out and do the real thing. And Eddie's around my age. You know, he's my generation. He was around when the war kicked off. He wasn't a SEAL when the war kicked off, but you know, he was around them when there was a lot of country pride. It was Twin Towers got hit, time to go fuck these people up. You know, and that's what we went in to do. Everybody from my generation and prior, and almost everybody after, you know, that's why you join. You join to go in there and fucking kick these people's ass and kill them, you know, for what they did to us. But then social media came around, and you had guys that were starting to make it through buds and make it through the SEAL teams only to get out to become an influencer. Or, you know, and so you had like these small pockets of SEALs and other special operations units where that was the goal. I'm here to make a following. I mean, there's guys on YouTube right now that we're in, that are in or were in, that are running around, and that's their whole focus. Let's build a following. Let's make videos. Let's do Instagram posts. If you're doing that, you cannot be a good SEAL and be a fucking social media icon.
Now
you just can't.
You were in for 15 years. You also did 9 of those years were after being in the SEALs. So like you had a legit long career, multiple tours, all that stuff. Do you worry about your type of platform being bastardized by people like that on the come up? Like, ooh, I want to be Sean Ryan, so I'll be a SEAL and then start a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah. I mean, do I worry about? No, because they can't beat me. They can't.
Or do their own thing like you. Like
yeah, they'll do it. You know, I mean, it is what it is. There's not shit I can do about it. You know what I mean? They lower the standard and they let them in.
Yeah, I don't think that there should be. Like, I get really upset about that when you look at different communities and then people who do good things are stripped down just for doing those things. Because, like you were pointing out earlier, with some people complaining, like, oh, why did they get to do that? Why is it not me? Totally agree. I think that's crazy. I do wonder how that can be looked at by kids coming up, though, who then think that's what it is. They see you in this seat and they think, oh, Sean Ryan's a podcaster. He just did this Navy SEAL thing on the way, which couldn't be farther from the truth. Nor did you ever know you were going to do that. You came into it very honestly and created a great platform. But, you know, I would imagine, especially with, as you pointed out, like the younger generations who are not just kids, but also different-minded, I don't want to say like they're too dumb to see through that, but some of them might be too dumb to see through that.
Well, most of them, I mean, you know, to be 100% honest and fair to the teams and the community, I mean, they got to get 99% of these guys. I mean, you're not going to make it through that training pipeline, you know, wanting to be an influencer.
Right.
You know, and so there's that aspect as well. But I mean, I can't even believe that they're able to post some of the shit that they're able to post and make videos and become a public figure. I mean, that was an OPSEC violation when I was in. That was a major security concern.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware that was a thing, that active guys are doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm totally like out of the loop there, but I don't like that for the same reason that like I know there were like some military and Marine guys who, when TikTok was coming out, were posting on all the bases and stuff and drills, and then they got banned from doing that because, you know, it's like a China-owned app.
Yeah.
And that wasn't exactly good for data. Like, I thought that was like as far as it went. I didn't know there aren't rules against this.
Yeah. I just want to clarify too, I'm not just making this shit up. This is information
Yeah.
that's coming from the younger generation who's pissed that this is happening. You know, there are, I don't want to like shit on the younger generation because they're phenomenal. They're the ones doing this now, you know, and this is the kind of shit that they complain about. You got these people that slip through the cracks, and this is their real motivation, and it fucks up the team dynamic.
It's like you mentioned, talking about Eddie and also about like your own background with it. Like you got in when shit was hitting the fan. When did you enlist right after 9/11 or was it before?
I enlisted before 9/11.
So it was in 01, but it was before 9/11.
Yeah, I went in I think it was July 1st of 2001.
Okay, but then that happens very quickly, and now it's like whole new ball game as far as like what's going to go down. And you know, I get real uncomfortable with the conversation when people start talking about the complacency in society and how you've heard this a million times, the quote like 9/11 sucked but 9/12 was great. And we all know what the connotation is there, like, oh, it would take something disastrous like that to bring us all back together. I don't want to see that happen at all. I just also don't, for the life of me, know how to simulate people understanding what they can't understand. And in English, to put that better than that, not so broadly, like,
the doors are closed. This is Todd. Todd is a horrible singer. Just awful. Despite his tone deafness, Todd knows a good deal when he sees it. This is his first drive in his new Ram truck. He just picked it up at the Ram Power Days event, where you can get 20% off MSRP for up to $14,200 in discounts on a 2023 Ram 1500 Classic. See dealer for details. Take us away, Todd.
Bought a new truck.
These kids coming up maybe who are 20, 21, 22, all they've ever known is a free island in the west here of America. It's never been invaded and, you know, doesn't really have a lot of problems. And, oh, yeah, there was that thing before I was born or when I was a baby that happened with 9/11. That sucked, but we mopped the floor with those guys and we're good now. And it's almost like there's that, oh, life's just going to keep going on. Nothing's going to happen. And usually when you look at history, when you're thinking nothing's going to happen and so that becomes a societal thing, something happens.
It's already happening. This is the new warfare. Everything you're seeing.
What do you mean by that?
It's a propaganda war happening. And people are thinking that people aren't putting the pieces together of everything that's happening in this country. The division, the propaganda, I mean, look at it. It's everywhere you look. People aren't putting it together that this is all engineered to weaken us.
Who's engineering it?
Who's engineering it? I think both political parties are engineering it. I think China's engineering it. I think Russia's engineering it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, I don't know what I don't know, but when I look at things that look suspicious, which is pretty much every goddamn day in the informational warfare, I do play the game in my head like, oh, I wonder which one that was. You know, like, if that's from here or from there or from this other place, it's like there is a ton of informational warfare. But when you're saying, like, it's already here, how does that... I'm trying to think how I want to ask this.
What I'm trying to get at, Julian, is war looks different now than it did. Yeah, we see this shit going on in Ukraine and Russia, right? That's like conventional war. What we're seeing here is unconventional war, and it's a new era of war. So, you know, I know you had Bustamante on, who's phenomenal, right? And I think a lot of the stuff that he says is spot on, I think, but he also is very, very CIA-ish, and he will not, it has to be 100% fact. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, that's an extremely good thing, and more people should do that. But unless it's been proven, he's not really going to put it on the table.
Julian, do you see what you're doing? You are now artificially creating the confines of the exercise to tighten it up to a place. because you're looking for something specific. You're not having a hypothetical conversation. You're digging for some kind of specific parallel. You're not having a true
I think the
hypothetical.
leverage. I think you just can't. I know where you're coming from, and I get it, but the leverage just isn't that particular piece. Deterrent is everything.
Does that make sense?
100%.
So what I'm getting at is, let's look at all these different angles, and I brought up a lot of this stuff during our interview, right? Look at all the different angles that China has on us with our power grid, the fentanyl crisis, the supply chain, COVID, all these. I'm missing stuff because I didn't know we were going to dive into this, but they're buying our farmland. Look at all these weird things that keep happening all over the country, all these food plants that are blowing up, chemical spills, water sanitation issues, even our power grid. You want to talk about the power grid? I mean, just interviewed the hacker. I know what these guys are capable of because I've seen this shit working for the agency. The spy balloon that came over. I made a big stink about that. All the people who don't know shit about espionage and cyber warfare and all this stuff, and I don't even know much about it. I just know some of the capabilities that are out there. When that spy balloon flew over, what was it? Everybody's like, oh, who gives a shit? You could get this information on Google Earth. That's just that's a face
Yeah, can you explain why that's a face palm?
Because they're not looking at Google Earth. They don't need imagery. They need fucking data. And so when the things like that go over, what it's doing is it's sucking data. It could be sucking data out of your phone, could be sucking data out of the computer, could be sucking data out of our nuclear silos, could be sucking data out of Area 51, could be sucking data out of the White House, anything that it flies over. How do those things work? 90% of the time, it's line of sight. You have to have at least a line of sight to get it. That information gets sucked in. China's claiming that they can communicate through quantum entanglement, which I won't get into because I'm not a quantum physics guy, but
oh, sorry, this thing right here, I see that going out. Just do this. If you grab that, and you're good. I forget to tell people that sometimes, but I usually just tuck it in the side of my chair, and you're good.
Okay.
It's not affecting the audio, though.
Oh, cool.
It's just in your ears.
Where was I?
You were talking about how everything is line of sight, and they can suck up the data.
Yeah, so they suck up the data, and then it gets transmitted to China, and everybody thought I was full of shit. Oh, this guy's fucking crazy, he's a quack, whatever. Well, then, a month later, it comes out all over media, which I hate media, but that's how you validate it, because that's what people still believe is telling the truth. A month later, the media is pushing out the exact same fucking information that I warned everybody about with these damn things. And power grid, we want the green energy, right? Everybody's not everybody, but we have this narrative. We need to move towards green energy. Fossil fuels are horrible. They're gonna fucking kill us all, and the planet's gonna go to shit. That's great, cool. I'm all for green energy. Let's go. Let's make green energy happen. Let's do it the right way. Whatever. And they claim we're going to get energy independent. I'm trying to weed through some of the narratives.
No, this is great. Keep going.
Sidetracked.
Yeah.
That's great, but we're not going to be fucking energy independent. You know why we're not going to be energy independent? Because we're going to import all of the materials that it takes to move to green energy from fucking China. What do you think they're going to put in our power grid? Power grid. They're going to put these firmwares and things in there, and they can control the power grid. Just have you seen the documentary Power Up, Grid Down?
No, but I love what you're talking about.
Watch that.
Check that
Watch that. So our power grid is extremely weak. It hasn't been updated since I don't know when. It's failing all over the place. We saw what green energy did in Texas, right? Everybody froze to death when that
they had green energy in Texas?
I mean, all those.
I was unaware of this.
You were?
I was totally.
I've
never been to Texas.
Failed.
That's right.
Yeah.
Shit, that is green energy. Good
Yeah,
point.
that's green energy, man. So all those materials, they come from China. How do we get the batteries that it takes? That these solar devices are storing the energy. They store it in batteries. Well, guess what? Guess who was in Afghanistan the fucking minute we pulled out?
China, waiting to negotiate with the Taliban to get one of the biggest lithium deposits in the fucking world to produce America's green energy batteries. So if they want to fucking come to war with us, what do? They cut energy production. What makes a country powerful? Energy. We're throwing our fucking energy away.
Can we dig into this right now? I
yeah.
love this topic. You just introduced like 40 things right there. So
What do you want to dig into?
I want to dig into China. Because everything you say right there not only has a lot of truth to it, it could be completely true, and it's all problematic for, say, like, over the next 5 to 10 years, like where we're at 5 to 10 years from now, looking at race in the world, so to speak, like between countries. The thing about China that confuses me is, like, I had been turned on to looking into this maybe, I think when I was in college. I mean, I've been looking at China for a long time, very concerned. And it felt like for a long time, no one would talk about it. It even felt like for a time in the media, like you couldn't talk about it, which was very weird to me, very strange. And then out of nowhere, last, I want to say like June, something like that, one of the like kind of DC-ish policy started putting out reports, like scathing reports about China. Then news dropped about the FBI dropping scathing reports about China. Then the media started talking all about China. And I put my hands up, I'm like, wait a minute. This is happening really, really fast. And I'm here for it. Because, like, all the things you just laid out about China, all problematic. Let's also consider the fact they're run by a tyrannical sociopath, right? Let's also look at the fact that they have had the CCP, the Communist Party of China, in power now effectively since World War II, right? So they haven't been around for 5 minutes. They have therefore developed staying power in this country, albeit with only 6.9% of the country a member of the party. And let's say, to be conservative about it, 20% of the country is sympathetic to it, meaning 80% of the country doesn't even like this, and yet it's still in power, which is scary to me. You also have, for the moment, an enormous population. I say for the moment because, ironically, the same country that was having the one-child policy 20 years ago is now having, like, people aren't having kids problem, which is interesting. But right now, 1.4 or 1.5 billion people, whatever it is. And it makes all the sense in the world, especially when you've looked at the quote-unquote, like, war footing patterns you've seen over the past probably 3-4 years specifically, that it's like gearing up this US-China thing. My only question there is not like, yo, is Xi Jinping evil? We know that. It's not like, yo, are they stealing our data? Evil. Yeah, we know that. It's not like, oh, are they taking advantage of other countries around the world financially? Yeah, we know that. They're doing all this stuff. That's real. But whenever I see something get pushed that hard, that quickly, on a dime, I start to wonder if maybe it's not, maybe they're a little more fucked than I think. Maybe a guy like Peter Zeihan has some points. Have you heard this guy talk at all?
Yeah.
He's very interesting. Now, he's one of these dudes who's like, in my opinion, just from what I can see, I don't know him, so brilliant that like he's like 12 steps ahead on everything, and he also comments on fucking everything. So he's got to be wrong about some stuff. Like, it's not possible to be right about everything. But he is so hardcore, like, oh, China's fucked, which I don't think that. But when I hear that, at the same time, you know, this guy who's operating as his own geopolitical whatever online, and then at the same time, the whole power of the media is going behind this whole China thing, I start to wonder if it's not quite what we think, if, like, they really are behind, and if they are in the end days of the CCP, which would be, I think, great for the world if the people there rose up and took out that government and replaced it with something more free. Do you ever wonder if, like, some of this maybe isn't quite what we think and isn't going to be as big a problem, and we're potentially using the military-industrial complex to gear up for a war to create an enemy for this country?
I'm going to answer your question with a question. Would you bet your livelihood on that?
Absolutely not.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Why would you? When we can produce it at home. You know, and yeah, it's starting to make the mainstream media. It is, but I want to go through now that I'm back on. I have my brain back on this subject. You know, they are behind the fentanyl crisis with the cartels. They're settling Africa. Now they're negotiating lithium mines in Mexico.
What do you mean they're settling Africa?
So Africa is being settled by China. I mean, obviously, you know, Africa is obviously extremely poor. They're building cities in Africa. I'm not talking little villages. I'm talking major cities with massive infrastructure. Well, what happens when you put in the massive infrastructure, put the money up for that? Well, then that government owes you, right? And so they're doing that all over Africa. We're nowhere to be found. What's Africa rich in? All these minerals, right?
So they're buying.
They're going to control that.
Resources now.
They're going to control that. They now control the lithium mines in Afghanistan. They control Africa. They're controlling the lithium mines of Mexico. They're buying our farmland. They own one of the biggest meat production companies in the country. Now that just came out. Buying up our farmland. Buying up our real estate.
It's a lot of influence.
They made COVID. Whether it was an accident, whether it wasn't an accident, it's their fault.
Yes.
I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Yeah.
Whether it was man-made or whether it was an accidental release, it came from them. No repercussions. All of our medical equipment, where does it come from? China. Where does all the clothes on your body come from? China. Where do these microphones come from? Probably China.
Probably, yeah.
You know, everything. Everything.
Didn't some of that, though...
Our power grid. Where's that made from? Even the power grid that we have right now, the transformers and stuff are made in China.
Okay. I thought you were saying that.
All they have to do, Julian, is push a button and it's over. It's done. We don't even produce the own shit for our own power grid anymore.
Back up. What do you mean they push a button and the power grid's done?
You don't think they're putting anything in to our power grid that they could hack into it with?
What did you... They're producing our transformers, you said, for it? What else are they producing for our power grids?
Well, all the green energy stuff that I just said that we're moving towards.
So you're saying they could be putting, like, computer systems within some of this stuff that they're providing?
They are. Not they could be. They are.
The power grid thing is the thing that scares me the most. I don't think people have any concept of what a serious...
What a power outage does?
Yeah.
Whole population's gone in about 3 days. 90% of it.
Yeah, I've done a lot of content on that, and I look at the comments and I go, damn, people really don't get this.
They don't.
There was a...
They have it too good here. They don't dive in. They don't research. All the shit that we were talking about at the beginning of this podcast. Oh, I had a hard day at work. I just want to drink a beer. Go ahead, drink a fucking beer. Watch your TV, because when it gets cut, it's not coming on and you're going to fucking die.
Do you have a backup plan for if that happens?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you?
No. You struck me as the guy I should talk to.
I'll give you a couple pointers.
Yes, I would love that. It's because there was a book my friend Andy Greenberg wrote in 2016. He's a reporter over at Wired. He wrote a book called Sandworm, and this one was focused on the GRU team in Russia. It does a lot of hacking.
Turns around, goes into the master bedroom and finds that Kaz's laptop is there and still open and alive, logged into Alpha Bay. Kaz is arrested. He's taken to Thai jail, essentially. He agrees to extradition, and then a week after his arrest, he's found dead in his jail cell.
Alleged suicide.
Right, yeah. So...
does all kinds of reporting on China and North Korea. Like, he's very aware of the capabilities of all these different governments. And I would say anything Russia can do, China could probably do times 2, at least. So one of the things he reported on that we've covered a lot in here, and it's had some clips, you know, spread on the internet where I get to see how people do not think about this at all. But, you know, in I forget if it was 2014 or 2015, it was December, the Russian government did a test run of outing some grids in Ukraine. and they did. And it was just like for fun. It's like for shits and gigs to see what they could do. And it's interesting to me that they haven't, from what I've seen at least, I don't know what I'm missing, but they haven't done a ton of that in this latest in the war yet with Ukraine, but they proved fucking 9 years ago they had the capability to do it. And the amount of problems that having, to your point, having the power grid out could cause. Like, I had a clip where I closed saying if they shut down our power grid for, I think I even said like a month, I was being conservative. You know, I was like, you know how many people would die in this country? Millions. And people were laughing their ass off at me. And I'm like, what do you think powers everything we do, including the full-blown supply chains we have to get people their basic sustenance every day? The fucking power grids.
Everything's done. Everything that you know is done. And desperation kicks in, there won't be any food, there won't be any water. The water that comes out of your faucet, what do you think, that you just fucking turn the faucet on and water comes out? No, it's run by power at a water plant. And so when the power goes out, there goes your water, there goes your food, there goes your heat, there goes your cooling, there goes your gas, there goes your transportation, there goes the world as you know it is over. It's done. It looks like a combination of what happens when a hurricane hits. You know, you can't get water down there. Why? Because there's no power. The roads are blocked. There's no power to clear the roads, to get supplies down there. They got to bring it in by air half the time. Then people start getting desperate. You see looting. You see crime rise. Crime's rising in the hurricanes just because people want some new sneakers. Wait till you see what it looks like when they just want something to fucking eat because they haven't eaten in 3 days. Or they're starving to death. They're dying of thirst. They're dying of heat exhaustion. Then throw in like some of the stuff you saw during the BLM Antifa riots. Add that to the mix. Because we're talking mass scale. We're talking an entire population with no power. The only way you're going to survive it is get out of the city, number one. And then you look at most Americans. I mean, there are no plumbers. People can't even change a light bulb half the time nowadays. You know, you think you're gonna survive with no power? Let them laugh. Keep laughing.
It's scary. I didn't know if I was. It sounds like I'm not. I didn't know if I was crazy to think it though when I was first really concepting this, when I was reading the reporting about that attack and what this could do on a mass scale. But I'm like, damn, if they took down like half the power grids in America for whatever length of time, a week.
No money, no nothing. Communication, everything is gone.
Am I crazy to say that that's like worse than a nuclear bomb?
Well, I mean, some of the nuclear bombs, that's what they do. That's what an EMP does.
It just feels like the last few years, and I know COVID's like a good thing to reset our perspective on this and to use it as an opportunity to consider stuff like this, but it's scary. It's like the last few years, I can't help but think how fragile society is.
Yeah, we're hanging on by a thread, buddy.
I don't want to say I was knowingly complacent, but I was obviously passively complacent to that. It shocked me.
I don't know who this guy
You
is.
mentioned what my dad said about how fast society adjusts.
I don't really care who this guy is.
Even with COVID and how people started treating each other.
Hey,
like
whoever Cool Gamer is. Hi, buddy.
You know.
Oh, Tool is live.
Because shower 6. DJ Derek fucking takeover right now. DJ Derek fucking hostile takeover, bitch. You know how we do it?
That's gay.
I got a lot more alts, man. I'm just getting started. Let's go. These motherfuckers better be lucky that I'm on a slow mobile hotspot. Shit. I could do this a lot faster if I wanted to, if I was on a high-speed internet. WW keeps lying. I didn't ban anybody. I banned 0 people today. 0. Motherfuckers time me out for nothing, dude. I still haven't banned anybody. But you know what? Now it's
to chat takeover, bitch. Motherfuckers learn some shit today. Motherfuckers learn some shit today. Let's go. Motherfuckers learn some shit today, I say. Let's go. It's gonna be a long morning. These motherfuckers are just hoping Vegan wakes up right now. No, it's gonna be a long morning, bitch. She's sleeping in.
All right. I mean, I don't want to watch a half hour of this, him playing the same song over and over again while banning people in vegan chat. So, cool. That happened. Let's watch a One Sonic and Rachel clip. I mean, all she does is feed the kid fucking McDonald's, so... Like, humans aren't supposed to eat those fucking nasty processed foods. What do you think it's gonna do to a little Doge belly?
Table for two outside.
It's about a white girl. I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Now I see it's like a huge ass menu, but Monday, Friday.
No, that's the happy hour.
Oh, I'm not talented at all. I'll just.
The backpack.
I have all these pens in my bag, and I'm so afraid that they're gonna like leak into the bag, so I want to put them inside a little bag.
Vamos a comenzar con un poquito de reggae, vamos a calentar motores. Recuerda que aquí serán hasta las 2 de la mañana, así que es tempranito la rumbita para comenzar. Vamos a comenzar la rumba. Bienvenidos a Tequila, DJ Juana de Celaya. Vamos a comenzar.
It's funny, like I move around like that, my back doesn't hurt, but I walk up the steps, it fucking hurts. It's so weird. It's the weirdest thing. I feel better that I took my methadone, though. I will say that. Maybe I'm getting really bad pains when like the methadone is wearing off. I don't know.
So, send us a message. Say he's doing alright. I know it's been tough. I've had a lot of bad experiences with softball and shit, you know?
Oh, you should have really said that. Oh, because he was mad at you. He was down.
Hello, SSTV DDDDD. No, Jalen, I'm thinking, because I'm getting like, I know it's sciatic nerve pain. I've been having really bad sciatic nerve pain, like the shooting pain, like when I walk up the steps, when I'm just sitting there, like just randomly, I have really bad sciatic nerve pain, and it's been really bad lately. But I'm noticing, like right now, it's not as bad. I don't know if there's surgery I could get for sciatic nerves. I don't think there's anything I could do for that. I'm not really super mobile, but like yesterday I had to do laundry. When I was walking down the steps and walking up the steps, I was like in a lot of pain because it was like radiating down my side. It's on the right side.
Wow, I did too.
I keep on saying that I have to go to the orthopedic surgeon or whatever I have to go to the orthopedist. Is that the right terminology? Whatever it is. Yeah, methadone doesn't really get into people. Like, I think that's like a myth.
Yep. Yep.
I've had MRIs before. I do, but I also have sciatic nerve too. I have like disc issues, and then I have nerve damage, and I have like my shoulder. I have like tendonitis in my rotator cuff, and other issues like for my shoulder and my neck. But this has been like a lot of lower back pain, so I think I'm gonna make an appointment with the orthopedic surgeon, like the orthopedic office, because it's like I feel like it's getting a little like worse. I don't even know what a roller is. But I use the TENS unit sometimes. That helps a bit. And I did get an epidural. And that really didn't give me any relief. So, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have some relief right now. Like, I don't feel, I'm not in as much pain as I was last night or like earlier in the morning. Like, I feel a little bit better, but I don't know. I don't like being in pain. I'm always in pain, but lately it's been a little bit more.
I know we're both drunk.
Oh, this is shaking. Dog shit shaking. Dog shit colors. First of all, why are the colors dog shit? Nobody cares. She needs a haircut.
Okay, so first off,
oh shit. what you want, what you really, really wanna do. Tell me, baby girl, if your love is really, really true. What you really, really wanna do.
Uh-oh.
Yo, and if you really want me, let me. No.
Uh-oh.
No, go.
I hate getting in trouble.
Everyone fall in love sometime. I don't know about you, but it is.
So, steak frito with extra sour cream, veggie tacos, and to drink. Just water for both. Okay, let me take the menus.
They got doxxed and callers. Ain't a crime. That's such a good song. When I was a kid, like when I was like 12, 13, around that age, there was this place called Sports Fest and Fun Station, and they used to have kid dance, like little teen night dances, little kid dances on Friday nights.
Yep.
From like 8 to like 11 or like 10 or whatever it was. And
You know the place called Berry Cheese.
I used to go to them with my friends. It was like a big deal. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was awesome though. It was awesome. Like anyone that like ever experienced like those like kids dances.
Yeah.
Do you think he's gay? I don't think he's gay. Maybe he's bisexual. I don't know. Clearly attracted to women because he's kicking it with her. So yeah, I was a big, there was a new Crystal Station video from No Bowling Zone. It's like an old video. It's from Crystal's birthday, bro. We gotta watch it together, bro.
Okay.
She's in a gown, bro. She's living it. She's living her best life. I was watching it. I was literally watching this with my mom yesterday. My mom was dying laughing. My mom was cracking up.
I can't read. You can read.
I can't read. You can read. Why are you looking at the menu though?
Okay, sorry, what do you want?
Chicken
We're ready,
tacos.
waitress. I am. Okay, sweetie. Whatever we may call her.
No bowling zone, no hate and no judge. Don't hate and don't judge.
Crystal Station here and happy 36th birthday to me, whatever, and that's hot. Now what?
Now what? She looked kind of like Trailer Park Barbie just got back from holiday in India.
Applebee's. I give up. Down in East Lansing is right, Leslie. The Marriott Hotel.
Parking here.
Then Grandpa's old folks' home was called the Rat too. Run him over. Grandpa must run that black guy over. Run him over. Oh my god, that's not good.
It's not good.
I just dropped my purse on the floor because these people are mixing me up.
Mix me up. Oh my god.
Love you all like Marilyn Monroe would say. Katy Perry, cat, lip gloss, please.
Excuse me.
Yes, but I dropped my purse on the floor because it's so slippery. So get it on the floor, bud.
You hit Apple's elbow.
Sorry. Get it on the floor. Get it on the floor. Get it on the floor. Get it on the floor, bud.
That was so good. Wait, can we do that one more time?
It's not my fault. You dropped my purse on the floor because it's so slippery. So get it on the floor, bud.
Get
Sorry. Get it on the floor. 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 Sorry.
She's.
Well, it's not my fault.
That was so good. Poor little kitty. Poor little kitty. That's a happy kitty.
Mix me up bad.
That's a sad kitty.
No, I can get there. I'm nervous at the moment. Wait for
Check
me.
his pants. Holy fucking
You're supposed to carry that,
shit.
babe. I cannot carry my own kick. You don't do that. A real man don't do that. So you get it, please. A real man will get it. A shout out to Music Biz Marty Nicholas from Chicago. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm just saying that, like, co-workers at work with the same way. I'm being nice today.
Jack.
I'm the North Star because it's my birthday. It's not our birthday. And he's wearing his pajamas. Watch it, don't get hit no car.
Oh, thank God.
And your grandpa, we're the stars. Here, give that guy some money to be nice. I would though. His money's on the ground. Hey Matt, sir, your money's on the ground. I'll let you know. We're homeless. Famous and homeless.
Famous and homeless, y'all.
Oh wow. I'm so small because I'm 4'11". It's insane.
For some reason, it makes her even funnier now that I know she's only 4'11". Nice outfit. Nice outfit, Leslie.
You should have parked in the front. Right here. Sorry. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber.
No, you're not.
Kick,
No, I'm kidding. Ew.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do this at the same
Ew.
time here. I'm not doing. You guys gonna kill me.
Yeah, you're always.
Yes.
This poor guy.
I've been here in a long time. My favorite restaurant is Applebee's. One of them. I always went to a lot with my ex-Lance.
Of course, Lance.
Get the alcohol drinks first. Addicted. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. I'm 36 today.
I got ID. You need my ID too for drinks? No, you don't.
He finally has an ID.
At least you the realest Applebee I've ever seen in Lansing. And Lansing, that's where she's
by
from.
the way, if a guy cashes you out, he might cash you up $200 or $300 on your cash.
She's a YouTuber.
Yes, he will. If you've seen anyone calling on the phone,
Jim,
give
she's
him your cash.
40, right? Jim, she looks 40. She's 40, Crystal. She looks 40.
Some a little bit.
No, Grandma, she looks 40. She don't. She looks young for her age. I like,
Wow.
I like to have a Jack and Coke and a rum and Coke for him.
Jack and Coke, rum and Coke.
For breakfast.
Ew.
Birthday girl. Happy birthday.
Have one of them later.
You can also get drinks to go if you want to take the birthday.
Oh, shit, I didn't know. That's awesome.
Ugh. Good way to get started.
You get a drink to go here, too. Yeah, there's the real Applebee. Grandma says, what? I'm gonna go on live, too, on mine, people. Okay? Yeah.
Try to put my hair up or down.
I lay down. You look beautiful like that.
No, it's Applebee's. They're at Applebee's. IHOP/Applebee's.
What's the Jack and Coke?
Guys,
Thank you.
I'm just letting you know I'm probably only going to go over this video and then I'm going to get off of here because I have a communion to that. Well, it's not like I have a little party that I have to go to later and I got to like shower and do my hair. Just saying.
So much. You got her one too? Thank you.
This is rum and Coke.
Alright, wait a minute, Jim.
Thank you.
Wait. That's
Ugh.
Grandpa drinking a rum and Coke, everybody. Take a drink, Grandpa.
Close.
Wait, we gotta say
It's
cheers,
closed.
Crystal. Wait a minute, Crystal, say cheers. Okay, wait a minute.
I do have a dono goal going on, by the way. I have a $250 dono goal.
Yeah.
Everybody cares. I'm trying to see something. So yeah, my donation goal is $250. I made 20 of it so far. I don't have it up on the screen. It's whatever. But I made 20 of it so far. We're trying to see if streaming on YouTube is worth it. Because somebody said, oh, if you leave YouTube, you'll make less donations. Well, I'm not making anything here, so I'm going over to Patreon. If I don't make that $250, I'm going to Patreon.
My crystal for your birthday. It is for you, Marty. I'm just taking a sip.
Bring it out. Hurry it up.
Thank you.
Come on in. That's Grumpy Grandma. That's Grumpy Grandpa, man. But anyways, say cheers, Crystal.
Don't let it leave
Happy
YouTube.
birthday to Crystal. Happy birthday. This is my drink. Happy birthday to Crystal.
Jack and Coke.
Okay, cheers.
Leslie, where are you?
Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Hate.
There you go. I found you. Yes, I can do it now. Add moderator. But Leslie don't know how to do moderation. Doesn't teach him how to do it, right?
You first have to teach him to read. Exactly. How does he not know how to read?
Leslie and my anchor group is named Queen of the fucking Universe on my 36th birthday, everyone.
The Queen of the fucking Universe.
Queen of what? You should buy one of those 1,000 Detroit houses. No, that's too much money for a house.
Get Crystal a lot of likes too for her birthday. I appreciate
I don't know. I guess not.
I look like a pink Arab woman right now.
A pink Arab woman.
Sparkling, glittering sequins.
Say happy birthday to Crystal.
Thank you,
guys for the
Stuart.
stars.
Stuart's mom. What?
Thank you guys for being my delicious.
Okay, that's not Stuart. This is Stuart's mom. Stuart Herman's mother. Okay, that makes sense.
I think Leslie streams. I don't know.
Stuart's mom will come on YouTube.
Everybody, rock star.
Stuart's mom. I have another one like this, a pink one, that's from New York. Yeah, I have a bracelet like this from New York. It cost me like $10. This is the kid from that store. I forgot the Mexican store.
Haha, this is wrong.
Mexican store. Happy birthday. What's wrong? Pink, blue, then it has frosting.
You fucked the cake up.
Or baby got smashed.
$26 for that cake. Come on, Joe.
Oh, it's right here. Here's
Wow. Wow. Look at it. It's destroyed.
What's the name of that again? Oh, 26. And it's called Pasta Deep Pina Colada Cake. 26 there. Are you doing? Don't do that to me. I don't do that.
Happy birthday. Don't do that to me. Happy birthday. Okay, I thought you wanted it.
What did you do?
Yeah, I said happy birthday.
Hey, thumbnail.
Oh my God! With the mouth open.
Okay. Buy one.
Do your way. Here,
Come on, let's get going. Order what you want to get.
What the hell?
Why?
What the hell?
Music Biz Mart, that's what you get right here.
Yeah.
Right now I'm gonna review the cheesecake.
She don't order after she reviews what she reviews.
Come on, you gotta get going. I will. I'm busy reviewing. She's been here twice already for our order.
Okay.
Okay, this right here.
Oh my God! This lady's been there twice to try to take their order, and they're eating cake.
Outside cake.
I love my fucking cheesecake. Always there.
Wow, that's a big bite.
You got it, Crystal. Much love. How you doing? I know. Oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident. No, it's not.
That's clean things when they
How
mock
you do the heart? Like this? That's how you do the heart?
Nothing you can see.
Really?
I don't know. Don't do the heart.
How do you do it?
Well, Emily, your sister used to do, right?
Like this?
You do this again. This time I'm doing like this.
Anyways, I'm
Cheesecake. Again, the fucking
Bring it.
cheesecake.
Slow.
Did she pick it up off the floor?
He's trying it out.
Pumpkin cheesecake of the father's cheesecake.
Look, he's eating a frosted. He's eating what's in there, Crystal.
I love my chocolate cheesecake a lot. So good. And the pumpkin, the most of all cheesecake.
If you were on here, brother,
Don't talk about
Nick,
coffee.
say happy birthday to Crystal.
Okay, next up is the cranberry swirl.
Oh my god. She bought cake and cheesecake.
There's 4 different ones.
She brought like one of those cheesecakes that you get from like the grocery store. Nasty one.
Cranberry swirl cheesecake. There's a cranberry swirl. So like frosting and cranberry cheesecake.
What the hell I do?
Last one will be what you see, Leslie, you don't know what you're doing.
What here? What I hear? I got an offer, son. Sorry.
That's this one right here.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Run him over.
Wait. Hey, wait. You eat it all.
I'll give that 10 seconds. I can't eat all that cheesecake. Oh, hell no.
Okay, we order.
We will have
No.
No, we doing order.
It's on the table for now.
Put my grandpa on that side.
Here, put it over there. Don't drop it. Here's the 36th girl birthday cake. I'm gonna review this now.
Yeah.
I love this thing. Never had this one before.
Did you finally go to sleep last night?
I did, yep.
So crazy.
This is called pina colada, but I like it somewhat like whipped cream type of frosting. So I give that 8 out of 10 with the false flavor that you learn.
What are you doing? 8, 10.
I ain't all that.
She's eating the cake before they even eat food. What is this? Why not like happy birthday? Nothing? The fuck?
Put it on the table.
What a disgusting bitch.
Like I said, 8 living stars.
This is why are they
No, it's like this. Love me like you do. You can't sing some more. I've been singing choir. You never did choir. As I was in choir in high school.
Like you should. What are you waiting for?
I don't rush myself. I take my time.
Okay.
I can't sing when you sing. Don't sing when I sing.
That's your stuff.
You sing sometimes, good Leslie, but at the moment, no. But sometimes you do. What one's mine?
That one.
Clean up your messes over there.
Clean up your mess.
exactly clean up your messes?
Your lemon.
Yep. He will like to have pancakes, and I'm letting her put on her birthday. She wants you to figure out what you like.
Getting worse on my birthday.
I'll do that for you. We'll get the food. We're gonna order. Yeah, we'll just try to take our time. She wants me to get engaged with her for her birthday. So.
Okay, so I'm doing new schoolwork and is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right. I respect you.
Oh man, like 4th time.
She don't look 40. She's 40 years old. She don't look it, Jeff.
You do.
We're about to order. Just get us in there.
You do.
We're going to get it.
But quit putting it on.
He said you do.
Then I'll order. Damn. You guys make me a nervous wreck.
Well, me and Lance, we take your time. We don't rush your stuff.
Yeah, don't do that shit when you're gonna. She's waiting for the order. Crystal.
She already said that she's patient. I told her.
Yeah, but I don't want to eat before you guys.
Okay, let's get the food
You're
like we
gonna get
like.
me mad. I'm gonna go back
Okay,
to my
hurry
car.
up, Crystal, please.
I'm putting my stuff back.
Okay, let her put her stuff away.
When I go to a restaurant with Lance, I never rush
I know
myself.
that,
That's always been me.
Okay.
Leslie,
Yeah, for sure.
Leslie will buy herself at the restaurant. We don't rush her stuff.
What tacos do you want? You want tacos or you want chicken? Like you get
I don't want no
right.
chicken. I had that at
My
Buffalo
little
Wild
bowl
Wings.
fell out.
Okay,
Take your
are you
time.
ready now?
Don't leave the waitress until.
I will.
Okay, hurry.
Don't rush her.
I'm not trying to rush you, Crystal.
Is she putting makeup on?
I know you'll leave. It's all about money here. That's the
Oh my god, imagine her leaving now.
I
He wants this old man to pay for his fucking steak.
Okay, show her what you want. We're ready, waitress. You need. I am. Okay, sweetie.
I'll call her
Whatever we
sweetie.
may call her.
I'm your fiance.
Okay, I'm sorry for calling her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say
Or I'll
that.
call a man that's sexy
Go
in
ahead.
this bar.
I don't care.
Sweetheart.
Do what you want. Do what you want. I don't care. I'm not flirting with nobody. I'm
I
being
know, but
kind.
okay, but I don't see anyone good looking. Like, no, I don't. You know what I want.
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay. I'm not happy.
Grandma, do you ever see Sweetie at work, Joe?
I don't. I say a shout out to Music Biz Marty Nicholas from Chicago. How are you doing, sweetheart? I'm just saying that like co-workers at work with the same word.
It's $20.
I said come get your slipping
You hear
pizza
me?
at work.
They would call you Sweetie what, Grandma?
No, this gay black guy. You know what he called me? Called
It
me,
is?
hey, babe.
If I didn't get mad.
Like how Paris Hilton's friends would say.
Yeah,
Like that.
that's how I do it, though. She's 40.
Yeah, the strawberry lemonade. Yeah, apple.
Leslie got a crush on the waitress.
Sorry. Here's your fork.
You can buy the
Got
couch
both
here,
sides.
can you, or no?
You need it.
Anywhere you buy the couch, you can take it home now.
And I ate
This poor lady.
Lady spent the dinner here.
This poor waitress. What happened? Buddy? Lord Honey Chow.
It's beautiful.
Shout out to Chance Wilkins. I'm blocking
No,
us
why
on
they don't have
Facebook
that
Messenger
pictures on
right
that
now.
Shout out to Chance Wilkins, by the
Oh,
way.
my ears are perfect, thank you. Yes, I was wearing the green one.
I'm going to
See,
take Grandpa on the people movers.
that's the real Chance. And Jennifer said it's not yet.
Grandpa, I'm going to take you in the people
I
movers.
think. I hope. I don't know.
Grandpa, we're going on a people mover. You go all the way around, man. It's cool. You like it. You might think you fall in the water. It was just awesome. That's your birthday drink. No.
I don't drink.
Birthday girl's drink.
I don't know why I don't like Jack Daniels. I never.
Birthday girl's drink. I can't let you say no.
I don't know how
I don't
Lance's
like
dad.
that. I don't
Hey,
like
Chance, do you like Jack Daniels? Jack and Coke, yes or no? Tell Leslie, okay, Brick Tooth and tell Leslie I really like his hat, Presto.
Thank you so much. Furthermore.
Is this real life?
You guys are awesome.
Dinner has been paid for. No need to pay. You can just leave. Amen. It says they paid for the mail.
No, they didn't.
I'm gonna ask them. I'm gonna ask them right now if this is true.
Is she drinking?
She's right. Come on, Jim, get in.
Those poor people.
We're only having a couple drinks and you just want to get a little buzz and be happy for her birthday. That's all.
Yeah, on his dime.
Yes, I will.
On his dime.
Guys gotta pretend to be on the phone all night.
Grandpa's affording for that. Grandpa's paying for this meal.
And then you got the rock star, baby.
Poor guy.
Give him a shot and give
Poor
him a
guy.
love.
He looks great for 80, by the way. He looks great to be in his 80s.
It's too strong. I don't drink. My dad was an alcoholic who used to drink and beat me and burn me with cigarettes. I don't want to end up like my dad.
You don't like it?
Listen, his dad just burned me
You don't like this? You been bored in my cup?
Yes.
Some of it?
You hear me? Chance it. Wilkins' dad was beating his dad and burned him with cigarettes.
Drink the rest of that.
Isn't that sad?
It's not true.
He's like looking way off to the side. This poor guy.
I don't dare whiskey.
You drink
I don't like whiskey.
It's like Lance's dad, Michael Kevin Peterson. We're not spending all my grandpa's money. He gets more money.
You know what? Grandpa said he'd do anything for his granddaughter.
Let me
That's his
talk.
granddaughter.
Fire.
Oh my god.
yummy cake, cake, cake. Give me the yummy, yummy, yummy cake. Yum, 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 cake, cake. Yes, roses, roses. Give me the kisses, kisses, yummy kisses. Who else?
Yeah, woman, I like her. She's a famous YouTuber. She's a famous TikTok.
You like her also?
Crystal, read it.
Happy 56th birthday, okay? Everyone, just tell them to subscribe and smash.
Just subscribe. She's 36, okay? Crystal's 36.
Debbie!
Smash the like button.
She's 63.
And there's going to be a second video because I have to charge my phone. Love you guys.
If re-add you all, I'm block you all too. Bitch. There's over 200 people I'm unblocking right now.
What up, Deborah?
Yeah, I know that, Paul. Donut something, you're unblocked. Broom Ham, you're unblocked. Skinny Daddy, McNasty, you're unblocked. Frank Con, you're unblocked. And Sanitizer, you're unblocked. Alive and Well, Arizal, you're unblocked.
Israel.
I don't know your name, I can't pronounce it, you're unblocked. Apple, you're unblocked. Hold on, there's 200 people blocked. Some are good, I don't know if they're good or bad, that's the problem. You're all unblocked right now, like I said. You said you'll send me money.
Alright, Grandpa?
I'm blocking Skits, Naga. I'm not saying that name right. They said schizophrenia, and you know what? Not weird. Diabetic sugar baby. What? I have 4 jobs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 jobs.
YouTuber, gamer, it works.
She's a gamer.
Boss babe, Crystal.itworks.com. That's my second job. And I work for Michigan State Case Hall back in Lansing, East Lansing. That's 3. And Plasma.com. That's 4 jobs. And I mean it, God, 15, amen. I'm a big bacon.
Is that true?
I'm a pimp daddy, man. They call me pimp daddy.
No, you're not. You're kidding. It's a joke. On you, Sophie.
I'm a downtown road dog.
Oh, I had no idea that was true.
Five more, ride.
You wanna blue? I'm Pennywise to clown. Offload down here. Offload to the offload to.
What the fuck is this?
Here it goes. Yo.
Nightmare Fuel?
I love all the kids on the underground, under the river, eat them arms, eat the back, eat the skin, because they call me Pennywise, yeah, the clown. Yeah, rapping, rapping straight from the Detroit, rapping. Yeah, they call me Pennywise the clown.
What?
That's all I do, eating Joyce's.
What?
Oh, strawberry lemonade, okay.
Not anymore like you used to.
They have them at regular Applebee's.
Oh, okay.
Applebee's, I have them.
But anyways.
Oh my God.
Well, stop worrying about YouTube and eat your goddamn food, you idiot.
Thumbnail.
I was helping you, sweetheart.
Like I said, not your family and I'm not mine. Lord God, you. Amen. Don't say nothing. Lord, I'm not my family. I forged her up and better like me, queen of the fucking universe. Lord God, she's.
You're cussing while praying, ma'am? What?
Amen. Don't say amen. I say amen. Then don't say anything.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Lord God, Jesus, Grandma, I'm the queen of the universe.
Look at that, Grandma. Look at that big baby, Grandma. That's the same, isn't it?
Everyone cash at. I'm gonna go over here. You people talk too much. And I have 4 jobs, like I said. I work for Michigan State Case Hall back in East Lansing, number 1. Then I'm a YouTuber. I'm a gamer. One day in the future, the green screen. Then Plasma, I donate in Lansing. And number 4, I am a YouTuber. I already said YouTuber, didn't I? What's that? Oh, it works. Go to bossbaycrystal.itworks.com. That's my job online. The link I told you, I repeat myself so you people get it. It's the truth. Amen. Marty Nicholas is a big scammer liar, and this is my birthday. He's not going to ruin it, so good luck. Amen. So learn now. I said because Trump and Leslie keep talking over me, and it's not right.
Hi, Jem.
No, I'm not.
I hope you're doing well today. Love you, honey.
I did thumbnails on the banner. That's how I cut my teeth.
Your teeth.
Like I said, it's not your. What do I'm not a pig.
I am. I'm a pig.
You're a pig because your family are pigs. They eat like pigs.
Yeah, I know you do.
And I do.
Hi,
Amen.
Breezy.
You're not supposed to eat a steak with your hands like Stuart. You're supposed to eat it with a fork. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Why is he snorting?
I'd give that 10 out of 10 because I love
10 out of 10.
from any restaurant. No, that's not alcohol, Leslie.
Okay. I didn't
You're
know
weird.
that. I'm sorry.
You don't want to listen, actually.
I am stupid. Smart stupid.
I'm not a pig.
No, you're not a pig. You just look like you're eating out of a trough right now.
I'll get my steak 7 stars.
Don't copy me. Do your own. Do your own.
Get to my YouTube video.
You need to quit copying me. You can never be like me.
Okay, I need you.
I have 4 jobs. You don't.
Yep, you're right. That's my 4. Oh.
4 jobs with no money coming in.
Do this. Here's your 4.
I didn't get my 4.
You had it.
I do how Christy vs. Kitchen would do on YouTube, my twin. I'm the fat version. And Christy vs. Kitchen.
It's a bigger beef. That was a baby beef.
I want no more, Leslie.
We might go next door if you can be in your best behavior.
I will if you don't get carried away and don't dance with nobody else.
They all better be decorated down here anyway. Everything's been changed.
Downtown is bigger in Lansing. The woman I talked to, she's from Flint.
What woman?
Here.
How you gonna get
stop.
this?
Oh, there's something. No, there's something in your teeth. Oh, Leslie.
It's a steak.
That's nasty.
Here, Kristen, put that salad in here.
They don't want.
I'm not mixing with his food.
I'll get her a tray. Here, drop it.
Oh, I give up on you.
Yeah,
I'm not mixing my meat.
He knows
That's
that.
nasty. Listen, I don't mix mashed potatoes with salad. That's what Brandon would do. I'm not Brandon.
No.
I'll do it somewhere else since you can't hear me. Ha.
This is weird.
One thing, I'm not Brandon Leakill. I'm not Keith Edward Jorgensen. I know how to lose weight when I can move back to Lansing.
You don't lose weight though.
I'm joining Planet Fitness USA and joining Crunch because I've been exercising since I was in high school.
Sure, yeah.
I've been working out my whole life. I'm fat because I had a baby. No, I'm not Anna.
You need a ranch here?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Out of your fly.
Look, it's all unblocked, see? You're all unblocked right now. Subscribe to
No bowling too.
now.
Hey, guys, do you have like $5 in quarters and 5? There's $5 in seals. I'm trying to take one of the people more. It's 50 cents a person. Yeah. It's awesome. 75 a person. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay. Just hit me up and I'll hook you up.
My heart's on you. Did someone pay for our dinner tonight or no?
No. How much is the bill?
It's the trolls. Love you, sweetheart. Sexy baby.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, kiss with the hat on.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's how you kiss a real man, ladies. They're now what? I said it. They're jealous.
Their grandfather, her grandfather's right across from them, by the way. Ew.
I'm gonna say I'm so young. I'm only 36.
You're not so young.
No, you're 21.
No, I'm not. I'm 25 as 36.
What?
Now shake it up like you're a shake. How do you say that? Shake it up like you're a shaker. How do you say that song?
Yeah, soul shaker.
Shake, Shannara, right? Give me your phone. I'm done.
I think I'm doing go to the bathroom.
Shake, senora, shake it all the time. Work, senora.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Music bar. Oh, music biz Marge not checking your phone for like inappropriate things. That's funny.
Ow!
Can you shout out my grandpa? His name is Gary. Shout out to Gary Ridgway.
Oh God. That's awful.
Ridgway. Oh, sure. Are you Jesse Ridgway? Is this Mick Jagger Nuggets? Watching
Jump
right
in
now,
line,
Mick Jagger
rock your
Nuggets.
body and wine.
Is that your
Okay,
grandpa,
I
Gary
believe
Ridgway,
you.
or no?
Shake, 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 senora, shake it all the time.
I need water now.
Work,
I'm not
work,
gonna try.
work, senora.
I'm gonna give a kind person.
Yes.
Think about, showing your workers.
Oh, someone
how-
cash apps you $200 on me.
I hope.
His name is Nicholas from Music Biz Marketing.
Anyways, it's about
He's a
showing your
YouTuber.
workers love, you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's about
He made my
respecting
husband famous.
and showing people love.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Life is
A lot
short.
of
Yes. Hey, I feel the love. Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
So much love. Thank
Yes.
you too.
Where you going?
So I go to West Riverfront. I gotta have it.
What?
Show us, Crystal. Show Granddad.
I already did.
Hey!
Are you not a reporter on here?
Yeah.
You don't know that.
Off at West Riverfront to show the river.
Yeah, but I thought we were right across the street.
We will get back from the train. Go downstairs. That's how we go downstairs. I'll show you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, wow.
We gotta get back on this train. This one to get back. We gotta go.
Where are they going?
Is this West Riverfront here? You'll find out. Okay, I'll find out. You're right.
Black Widow's not Grandpa's birthday. You guys are not nice to Grandpa. Yeah, we are.
You like this train, Jim?
I don't know where we're going.
Yeah, I learned it. Just watch the windows. Look out the windows.
Scares me.
Hey, don't scare you. I don't scare me, dude. You a fucking mommy.
Sparrow Hospital, but it's a different one.
That's fair.
We're downtown in Detroit, Michigan.
This guy's in his fucking 80s. He doesn't want to fucking go and sightsee with you two dumb fucks. Like he wanted to take you out to dinner to be nice because you're his granddaughter. Poor guy.
What? That's how you learn. It's operated by operators.
That's a huge city bigger than Lansing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I think I've been down here with Tim Thorne.
I told you it's beautiful.
The Greyhound, I've been down
Is it
here.
beautiful here, Jim?
The Greyhound goes down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I've seen this before.
Beautiful here, Jim?
We're at the courtyard, Moret. That's Applebee's. We're just
Marriott.
Yeah, Lansing is small. Give Grips a hug,
Chris,
okay?
what did I tell you? Get off at. What did I tell you to get off at? You remember?
Grip, love you.
Not bad.
We shouldn't drink none tonight at all. We shouldn't.
Hey, we'll be alright.
Or we won't.
I want to show you. I know a lot about
Yeah, you don't even know how to get
Yes,
back.
I do. Go back the same way we come.
The next station is Greektown.
Do I get off at Greektown?
I can feel the drunk now hitting me now. I feel drunk now. Whoa.
Let me ask
With
this
the
guy.
fire. Give me the fire. Fire.
It is the Greektown.
Wow.
She had 2 sips.
Fire. Bring the fire. Fire. It brings money.
Where are you, the guy?
Here.
What? Here. Get off. We gotta wait for the next train. Because it takes us to the river. Gotta wait for the next train.
You remember this area?
Gotta wait for the next train.
What are they doing?
Come down right here, James. We go inside the
Oh my God. I'm not.
Crystal, stay here with Grandpa. I'll be right back.
Where the hell you going?
like a train, Grandpa, isn't it? Microsoft.
He said Grand River. That's what I remember he saying. Yes, I don't know, Crystal. He said Grand River, right?
Yeah.
Now they're lost.
I watch what I said.
Okay.
I know you said Grand River. Yes, I do. I know how to get back to where we gotta go.
Yeah, bitch, yeah! Yeah!
I can't go back. It won't let me. I'll mess it up. I cannot.
Yeah, bitch!
Don't know the echoing. It sounds
I
weird.
was gonna make you think that I'm not doing the right thing. I know what I'm doing, Chris. It's right across the street here. We have to get back on the same bus. We gotta get back on the bus when it gets here.
It's the People's Mover.
But like, where?
What's it say over here?
They have a car. Why?
Cadillac Center.
Yeah, I know where I'm at now. Okay,
Here, where do we go for the Grand River?
Never go all the way around to see each other.
Wow.
Oh, wow. What's this bus coming the next one after this?
Holy cow, Deb.
They're not from. They're
Really,
not from
Deb?
there. They don't know. Idiot.
Here, hold this.
Wow.
I know what I'm doing.
Literally Google Maps. That's all you need. Google Maps.
Yes, I do. Me and my dad used to take this all the time. I know what I'm doing. Right here, Jim, I can walk all, look at here, down here. I can walk all the way from my dad's. From there. I know where I'm at. Look. I'm waiting for the bus that's coming now. We have to wait for the second bus. Because Crystal told us to get off. Who?
You're not busy or phone. You're not recording the radio.
Here, grab it, Dan. Hold it.
I can't.
Grab it
No
over.
cat,
I know
though.
what I'm doing. I know where to get around and get in. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. And I will. After this bus comes.
Here.
Didn't tell him yet, Chris. I know what I'm doing. See you off. I will. After we get this bus, we gotta go all the way around. That's the only way I'm saying. That's the only way you're going to get back over here all the way around. This track is from here all the way around. Yes, I do. I've been on here before.
I can't hear.
Is Crystal mixing me up?
No, it's not.
Grab your phone, please.
Then you do the phone.
You don't hang up.
No, I'm not.
Oh, that's sweet, Amenti.
Crystal. For the save right now.
Nice.
Save Angry Grandpa right now. This number work on 8:59 minutes. You're right about that. It's Leslie's fault, not mine. I know nothing about Detroit at all. That's the truth, everyone. Leslie's to blame, not me. My birthday. You all need to send me money. Grandpa, let me hug you.
That's awesome.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Grandpa, are you okay? He's okay. Give him a hug. We're trying to go to Grand River.
Who's on the bus, right? I think I remember.
Maybe.
Will you get off that?
Down below at Applebee's, IHOP.
Okay, just so you.
I'm from Lansing. I don't know nothing about this at all. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm trying to learn this. I've been here. I've been for 5 years. I'm from here, and it's been a long
What's
time.
your cash app? Do you have a cash app?
Do I have a cash?
Yes.
She's a YouTuber.
Why the
You gotta get used to it.
I can't fit here. Change your what? Oh, hell no. This is for weird again.
I drunk with Jack Daniels too.
Hey, look, there's me.
Really? I didn't know that Michigan was that close to Canada. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You get to see a whole other country.
It is close. Detroit
Thank you, ma'am.
and Hull
Oh, Cash App.
/ Ottawa
Ma'am, what's your name?
are right there.
What's your last name? Angela Thomas, Cash App her if you can.
She doesn't.
Or maybe a river.
Wi-Fi? There's a store. I'm gonna look in here real quick. Stupid phone. I wanna look in here real quick.
My family's my friends. I kick it with my family. My dad, my mom, my sisters, my brother, cousins, aunts, uncles, shit like that.
That'd be nice.
I don't want to like go out and hang out with people. I genuinely don't. Like I don't like people.
I don't like my family.
I'd rather hang out with people I'm related to.
Not gonna lie.
Why is someone on the floor?
I have no money, sorry. Hey, ma'am.
Yo, Leslie and Grandpa fight like
Leslie, your phone.
an old married couple.
Terrible
They
people.
wanted yours unblocked as well. Just not my unblock your YouTubers unblocked. You got
Demons, probably.
Here. I don't know. I'm not a little woman. I'm like a kid.
You're not a kid though.
I'm a YouTuber. Look up Crystal Station here. Yeah, the dragon's big dog Leslie.
The Dragon Big Dog Leslie. Let's go find Leslie's channel.
No, you don't. He's fine. He always does this. I'll say he'll live till he's 100 or 95, right? Amen. God, amen. It's his back.
Yo, I found them, bro.
My back hurts.
This is where
too,
they've been.
that
They've
little
been on
black
Leslie's
back.
channel.
This heavy food. It's only a salad thing that I got, right?
Hold on. I just found a treasure trove. A literal fucking treasure trove, bro. I didn't know, because we haven't seen them. Where they been at? They were right here 3 days ago.
Disclaimer, no copyrights. And Ingrid was the star too, right? What? Star on YouTube, like they said before. Watch mine is why aren't they watching yours? How about?
Their audio is always AIDS.
Yeah, we see the movie Click, Bob Sham, yes.
Let's watch the chat.
Super Chocolate's on here. It's not yet. Shout out to Chat Gang.
Where's the chat?
Shout out to Zombies, our achievement friends. Disclaimer, no copyrights.
Oh!
He's in a Hello Kitty shirt. Hello Kitty!
Star on YouTube, like they said before.
Excuse me.
Let's watch mine is why aren't we watching
Excuse me.
Valerie, who are you? Crystal Arms.
Shout out to all my fans.
Leslie Singer at the star. You Christian? Like your gator. How are you doing? Fuck your feelings. Yeah, so glad you are alive.
So glad you were alive.
Says fuck your feelings. That channel name.
No, what new goldfish crackers? No.
They look awesome.
Crystal and the queen of the fucking universe, Leslie.
Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Strawberry shortcake.
Yeah.
Hello, shout out to Zombies Charge.
Oh, yummy.
Yes, living, that's her.
She's not actually a kitty.
Our new place is okay. It's okay, it's better than not being homeless. Yes, Leslie's sexy like whoever himself, and I'm sexy like myself. Oh, thank you, Frank White.
Out of stock.
Oh.
They're old. They're old from like last year.
Oh. Ew. Fuck. Fresco, what a joke. Fresco, my ass.
They're not new. They're old.
That's horrible. I don't want your old crackers.
I could get them online, but they're old. Yeah, because if they were new, I would have seen them.
Yeah.
If they were new, I would have definitely seen them. So that's why I'm like, why? Because I go to these stores. And with food things, like you don't want to order something that was limited edition a couple of years ago because they'll go stale, stuff like that. So I would order them, but I don't want to get stale fucking crap.
Word, 100%.
Thank you for letting me know that they made them at one point. Maybe they'll make it another time.
Oh, ew. His arm.
Oh, God.
Hair on my biceps. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're from December.
She's looking cute. Is that Randy Travis?
I need 4,000 subs.
Being in her head.
Half what? I can't believe it. What's that? 4,000 subs on my YouTube. That's insane. Go, Leslie, go.
She just squints in that one eye look too much.
Oh my God.
Or am I just a dick?
This is kind of annoying. I'm just gonna. This is a little annoying. Like, I don't like these. I don't want to. What up, Jenny? What up, Jenny? Let's see. What else do we got? This was a month ago. Easter, hippity hoppity Easter. We watched this, I think, somewhere else.
Happy Easter 2024.
Oh man.
Happy, what's today? My sexy baby here at.
That's a rival, right?
Oh, hello. Happy Saturday weekend, everyone. Hope you have a good weekend, everyone.
I think we watched that. But anyways, I'm actually gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go fucking take a shower and just I got stuff to do.
Hope to see you later.
I love you guys. I hope you guys have like a great day and all that. Maybe I'll come back tonight and do a little.
Drop some likes and some money, you guys.
Since I got the computer and everything. Who knows? Who knows where the day may bring us. But good. Glad, Jenny. I hope you have a great day. I hope you had a good weekend. All that good stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll be back later.
Come visit my stream. We'll look up 90 hits from the 20s. Looking it up right now. Hits from the 1920s. Here you go.
Growing your YouTube channel can
Oh
be
man.
Many companies
It's gonna be some
want to
shit.
attract huge numbers of subscribers.
No one to talk with, all by myself. No one to walk with, but I'm at the
Holy scary. What do you suppose this guy was high on? Any requests from the 20s? My word, you guys. This is real music. Good luck copyrighting this, bitch. There'll be no copyrights of songs from 1920. Who's gonna call a copyright in on this one? Nobody. That's right. It's 100 years ago, you guys. 100 years ago. This music's 100 years old. What? Hold on. Let's find something better. We used to really listen to this on the way to work every day. This will get you going, dude. 1929. Not quite 100 years old yet. Are these photos from 100 years ago too? That's wild, man. Look at that. That's incredible. The way the light reflects off her eyeballs and off her lip and stuff. Pretty cool. It's a really good photo. Especially being 90 whatever years old. Your flannel underwear. Oh. Boop boop beep boop. Hey, it's the Betty Boop song, dude. If I had a talking picture of you, like. Boop boop beep boop. This is really good. Woo! Roaring 20s. Here we go. Nice. Victrola Radiola.
not going to read any comments. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep.
then spoke with Vlogger. I asked Vlogger what happened, and he told me the following. He and Tommy were both live streamers. They walk around filming themselves as they talk with each other and other people, and post it live as it's happening. A couple of days ago, they had gotten together to do a live stream, and he had accidentally broken Thomas's phone. Thomas had told him it was no big issue. What I said was, we can still stream. That's where I left it. If the phone works, we can at least finish the stream. Okay. Today at approximately 16:30 hours, Tommy had knocked on his door. When he answered the door, Thomas had started shouting at him to pay for a new phone. Thomas then sprayed him with bug spray, getting on his pants and shirt on floor, and on the floor of the entrance of his house. Tommy also threatened to fight unless he stated he would keep coming back. Thomas was live streaming the entire time this was going on, and when he was notified later by people who had watched the live stream, he decided he better report it to law enforcement because he was afraid Thomas. Okay, so he's used my name both times. Okay, I see how they wrote this. Tommy was live streaming the entire time when Vlogger was notified by other people who had watched the live stream. He decided he better report it to law enforcement because he was afraid Tommy would come back and follow up on his threats. Vloggy was asked if this whole report was done for the sake of live streaming or recording and posting the incident, and he said no. Bligger showed me a YouTube video of a commentator watching the live stream. In the video, I was able to observe Tommy knocking on Bliggy's door. I observed the next door neighbor come out and Tommy tell him he was here for Vloggo. The neighbor then went back inside. I observed Vloggy coming out of the house carrying what appeared to be a machete in his hand. I asked Vlogger what the object was.
Yep.
It was a machete. He stated he was frightened by the things Tommy was saying to him, but he later put the machete down. I observed later in the video he had put the machete down. I observed Tommy yelling at Vlogger he needed to make things right, pay for a new phone, or give him something of value in trade, such as a computer. Tommy then challenged Vlogger to step out into the street and fight him. I saw in the video where Tommy had sprayed something on the Vlogger, hitting him in the pants, abdomen, and chest. I asked Vlogger if Tommy had aimed the spray at his face, and he said no. Thomas aimed it where he had been hit. Vlogger showed the end of the video where Tommy was leaving, and I could hear Tommy mention that he had a bat and that he needed to ditch my weapon in parentheses because he didn't want to be in possession of it when he was stopped by the police. At this point in my investigation, I determined there was probable cause to charge Tommy with assault in the 4th degree and harassment. I provided Vlogger with a victim witness card and had the report number on it. Vlogger stated he did not have any injuries and did not need to be seen by medics. I also sent Vlogger a link to Axon Citizen via the email address, which he provided for him to upload the video from YouTube showing the incident. Interesting. I then spoke with Vlogger's landlord neighbor because Vlogger, you guys believed he may have witnessed what happened. It was the same neighbor who had come out on video when Thomas had knocked early. When asked, he stated he had not seen anything as he had closed the door and went back into his home after Thomas had told him where he was there to speak with Vlogger.
A likely story.
I attempted to contact Vlogger via the phone, but the number I was able to locate in the system went to a generic voicemail telling me the customer was not available. I observed the last known address for Thomas was blank address. He spoke able to check on the address for Tommy as I had probable cause for the charges listed above. At approximately 34 hours, I was notified by Deputy Morgan Thomas had been taken into custody on my PC, and I arranged to meet them at the Spokane County Jail. Upon my arrival, I read Thomas's constitutional rights and a pre-printed card, and he agreed to answer my questions. When asked where he had been earlier today, Thomas stated he had gone to Thanksgiving dinner with some family. But before that, he had live streamed with Blogger. I advised him that Ronald had stated it wasn't a skit and was in genuine fear of his life because of threats made by Tommy. Deputy Morgan transported Tommy into the Spokane County Jail, where he was booked on my citation for assault fourth degree and gross misdemeanor harassment. Case settled by arrest. And then continued my arrest. My body-worn camera was activated during the investigation. This report was based on my memory and notes taken at the time. See body camera footage for additional details. Any photographs referenced above were taken on my department-issued cell phone for upload to evidence.com. I certify under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington that all statements made herein are true and accurate.
You guys.
I've entered my authorized user ID and password authentic. Please, signed, Spokane County Jail. Is that it? That's it. That was a lot longer than I thought. And then I had my, I read the arrest earlier. I won't dig for it or reread it, but there's that. Yeah, that was a lot. There's some shit on there I actually didn't know about. Told them it was a skit. I tried to get out of it. Is that what I did? I believe I said that we're both actors and entertainers. Both actors and entertainers. So obviously, use anything you see. That was a lot of mud for the morning. Yeah, I agree. Finish this bowl and smoke a cigarette. Speaking of mud, yeah, I got one sip. Rotten legs. Oh, but there it is, guys. I'll read chat real quick. Alright, I'm gonna read chat. Let's see what y'all thought of this. Good morning, Kay. How you doing? Kate goes here. What up, bruh?
What up, dude?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't serve any jail time at all.
Nice.
They did take me to the they took me, but they actually, the funny thing is, they started fucking stripping me. Yeah. They had me take my shirt off, and then it was time to take pants. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, yo, I was told, sir, that I was going to be booked and released. And then he confirmed with the other officers, oh yeah. Whatever.
Let's not take this.
Sorry, I almost made you spread your butthole. Sorry about that. Sorry, I almost had to lick your nuts to check for drugs. Sorry about that. Fuck. It's like, yeah, you at least say sorry, motherfucker. Yeah, whatever. And then I put my shirt back on and went out of the little holding cell that they were doing this shit in.
Worst time to make gay jokes, by the way.
Weird. What up, Tracy? Good morning.
They've heard of
What up, ninja with a pencil? Yeah, took me like a half an hour away from where I live, and I had to, literally, I mean, I took like an Uber or a Lyft or something. What if I didn't have that? And I'm sure a lot of people don't. It's like, yeah, here you are with like no clothes, because I was like, the minute it was fucking Thanksgiving, it was cold as fuck. And they ripped me out of my sleep, so all I had on was like pajama pants and a shirt. I don't even think I had shoes or anything. Yeah, it was
Hey, buddy.
stupid. So happy I didn't have to serve any time, because honestly, detox is enough like jail. Okay?
Yeah.
I did go to detox. I pushed out of the 30, 40-day program. I do agree.
Detox might be worse.
Have reached out to me privately and publicly to say, you're fucked, you're gonna relapse again. You didn't go to rehab. You didn't go to rehab. Well, the fuck am I gonna go to, like, what, really? Like, you're just gonna, I'm just fucked from right there. And some people might agree, but I had to have medical detox. I couldn't just go in a room and shut the door and take some bottles of water and crackers and some shit to throw up and shit in and then call it. No, it don't work like that, because of the kind of drugs, the kind of research drugs and benzos that I was coming off of. You can have a seizure, obviously. Like, not like I know about that or anything, which I'll be honest, that was my first drug-induced, no, I won't say, because I had a seizure before because of drug-related shit. I took like a whole handful of tramadol 50s or something, and I didn't really do the research on them. I'll just say that. Hate goes here, basically the stuff you get from, like, you know, kind of like how Fetty was in China.
Okay, yeah.
Remember back when they were just buying Fetty?
Yeah, Chinese.
Buy a lot more than just Fetty.
Yeah.
Buy Fetty. On the internet. On pretty much the clear web.
You know,
people don't trust me. Trust me, I know on this. And if you're doing, if you know how to use the dark web and all that, people can get anything. You're not limited to loopholes and like research tricks, but they can really put anything in the bag and call it anything and send it to you, which that goes on as well. You know, you'll get a bag of white powder and it's kratom extract or whatever you write on it because it's labeled sometimes. But it's just fucked up. And it's like, that's why like it's even more dangerous for me, because I know all I have
oh my God, Boomerang.
Bitcoin and go over here and
Really, hey?
4 days in my front door. It's fucking insane.
And not,
stuff is legal. Kind of. Under the Analog Act, not at all. But, shit ain't gonna stop me. And I'm just lucky because a big part of me
jewelry cleaner.
keep it rocking. I was just, you guys, I was in some fucked off and you guys know me. It's not like I went live and talked about how I think I'm gonna relapse. Oh, I'm getting cravings. Oh man, it'd be nice if I had I wish I had a bar right now, a couple bars, shit like that.
Why
you know, like it was going on.
is there no
Tor browser? Yes, sir. And let's just say that I was the chemist, and I had a little lab going on, you guys, and it was real freaky. And I watched most of the clips, and I know some stuff I don't remember, and it was just people told me what I said, which is fucked up or whatever. And there's the stuff I do remember where I was just like, Jesus Christ. So like, I know my triggers. I don't think I needed to go to a 30-day fucking rehab. Maybe I did. Maybe I should have the 90-day option. I thought about it. But I just really respect and honor my freedom to the point where I like being able to have a cigarette doing what I want to do, you know, basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not much chaining me down, no pets, I don't have any pets, I don't have a whole bunch of shit, nothing really tying me anywhere, which is, it's a nice feeling. If you're single, not if you're trying to build with somebody is different, but as far as, well, it is what it is. But yeah, lots of people have definitely let me know that they think I'm gonna fail, or they don't think it's gonna be long lived, and but the thing is, I have a treatment plan. I have outpatient services still, meetings, groups, therapists, all this shit.
Oh, good old meetings.
Shit that I should be doing daily, and I can do daily, and it's not like it takes very long. So I believe that I have a good enough plan put together, and I've identified what triggers me and why this happens to me after an amount of time, or just in general, why I feel like I need to be medicated to get through. I take 100% accountability, and I know what I am, and I know what I've done and where I come from, and you know, I definitely recognize a lot. It's not like I just don't recognize this shit. I just want to blame it on anything else now. I wanted to get high, let's be honest. Let's just be honest. I wanted to get high.
Word.
And smoking weed wasn't getting me where I felt.
Word.
Dude, Joker, that's my problem. Is every therapist I almost end up getting, except for you. It's not the case, but I've had a lot of very, very beautiful therapists and doctors. And it's honestly, I'll be for real, sometimes I wonder if it's hard to get the work done when your mind's not in that place, but I've gotten a lot of help from these people in general. And some people take their job serious, some don't. Some, I just feel like it's on a different level. The way it's been explained to me by somebody is they're like, look, my brother passed away, you remind me a lot of my brother, and it's just like, I don't want to see it happen again, you know? And shit like that, and getting kind of trauma.
There you go.
Dumped just on when you have your own traumas that you're trying to secretly hold in or dump off in little spots, you're getting dumped on hard. And I know what I did. But the thing is, like I said, move on. Joke people, and the Joker, you're not the only one, bruh. And other people tell me, like, just go harder. Go harder. Like, you're starting. Tommy James, you're starting on this road. Go harder. And don't listen to the people who are trying to get in your head and tell you that you're wrong for wanting to party and get high and whatever. Go do it all. You know, whatever. And it's kind of fucked up, you know what I mean? Like, I never listened to that, but I'm like, God, is that really like a mindset? Like, I don't think that, I've heard a lot of people tell me that sobriety kills streamers, relationships kill streamers, and I don't think that's always the case. And if honestly, if anything, I think that doing all those drugs were getting in the way of me doing any kind of quality filming or streaming. And I've had some really good streams where I've just been smoking weed. I'm basically, for the most part, just stoned. But yeah, I think you're not the only one who's been like, go harder, do all the drugs, do all the fucking streams. Basically just go full blown, release your inner inhibitions, and to the point to where it's hard to do that to a point to where you're not just a degenerate, basically. A fucking degenerate bastard, basically. And there's a real gray area, I guess, there. I don't know. What up, Joe?
That's where you will find balance.
Man down, it's got hard. I'll just say that much. I believe in harm reduction, so I will say this though. I will say this, because I believe harm reduction. I don't believe the whole don't talk about it, it's going to trigger and give you ratings. No. If you're going to smoke something, man down. If you're going to do that, and nobody can stop you, and already obviously you know what it is and how bad it is, shiny side down, dude. Soul side up.
Shiny side down.
For health reasons of the foil, I'll say that. And I'll also say, with that particular substance and never knowing the purity and blah blah blah, and you're tolerant, blah blah blah, small baby hits. Tiny. Don't take big old rippers and you have some crazy tolerance or whatever. There you go. Yeah, at some point, there's a point where you can't degenerate any further. 100%. There's a brick wall there. There's a ceiling for sure. My therapist tried to leave. Yeah, it makes it hard to do the work. If you had no kids, you'd go full Motley Crue, right? A lot of people tell me this shit. I don't know, man.
I would.
A lot of people tell me this shit. What up, gang? I don't know if gang, I don't think I'd be eating floor cookies right now, bro. That is kind of funny though, but I'll be honest. If I was I don't care how good the food is, especially since I just moved here and I don't know how dirty this flat clean floor yet. I'll be honest. Nah. If anything, it was eating the floor cookies right where I was eating them from. That's where all the drugs and shit fall around and shit.
Word, buddy.
Collecting chemicals, bacteria. It's real fucking crazy. I don't even really remember that. What up, Nana? But yeah, bro, it's just definitely more clear. I have a little bit more of a renewed lease on life this time. A lot of people tell me that, it's in your head, it wasn't as bad. I think some people definitely have tried to, like, lie to me. Like, either fuck with me, or, like, a level of, like, guess coddling. I don't think so. And telling you that, it wasn't as bad as I think, because I'm making it out to be. And I'm like, no, what are you fucking talking about? Like, I don't understand that. I think that's just because they don't want me to feel more bad about myself. But yeah, it was a bad relapse, and I acted a fucking fool more than usual. So, yeah, I mean, let's not get around that. But the bottom line is, I'm so back, feeling much fucking better, and overall, you know, ready to just get it in. And we'll see, and there's like new areas, new people, as I travel, obviously, like I kind of basically already planned to do IRL in different places, different shit going on, fucking,
Yeah.
everything sometimes
For sure, dude.
happens for a reason, I do feel that.
I need a motherfucking lawyer.
Right, Joker? That's what I almost felt that way. That could be real. Catastrophizing. Move along, sir. I'm not gonna lie, bruh. Nah, I fucking like reading the shit, bruh. I haven't read something out loud like that, I feel like, in a long ass fucking time. So, and just overall, I have been kind of reading more going through this. I think reading's helped me a lot when I haven't been feeling good or anxieties or high or whatever. That's the other thing I do agree with Joker on. I just need to work out, basically get a good workout regimen, and that's going to be one of the further stages of bettering myself and getting healthy, is getting my body fit, losing the excess fluff I got, tone it up a bit, you know. They say that and then the natural endorphins you're trying to build back, that's a whole nother part of the shit. And a big part of life is doing shit because it's uncomfortable.
Just ordered.
Or doing shit even though you really don't want to do it. It's just, that's where you're going to find health and success at, and not complete destruction. Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo too for my brother and all my fellow Chicanos and Chicas out there. Chupa me. Chupa me cool. Chup. Or something like that. Damn. It's hard to roll those R's. Chupa me. Never die. Chupa me better. Just never mind. Cars ain't rolling this morning. That's another thing I hate about, like, getting off of a fucking relapse or a bender like that, is I forgot how weird it feels, like, kind of like it's like trying to learn how to walk again, trying to learn how to talk again, eat again, like, it's real fucked up, like.
For real, buddy.
Just trying to fucking copy. It's like, it's probably the biggest reason taking a break like I did for a good handful of weeks, bro. It'd be even longer if I would have went to a program. I feel like they also tell me not to stream and not to engage in a lot of the try again because they say it's toxic and all that. But I see shit that's more based in it and being in that kind of water than just fucking everything being a complete warm fuzzy blanket all the time. That's not life. Life isn't a big warm fuzzy blanket all the time. But if you do a bunch of drugs or alcohol, it can kind of make it feel like it a little bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna get like born again though, like hardcore, like Bible thumping, preachy, and fucking preachy against drugs, and I don't like that. I mean, we know what's right and what's wrong. I just have maybe a little bit more of maybe it's almost a jaded mindset on that now. Because I definitely know nobody was fucking holding me the whole time, telling me, oh, it's gonna be okay. I mean, I was gonna move anyway, and I was gonna have to quit my job. So the whole getting fired at my jobs, it wasn't even jobs. But I think maybe I should have at least, I don't know if I streamed that or not. That's one of the only things I don't remember, because I deleted a bunch of mods and stuff. And I just, there was a bunch of shit I don't even remember. But whatever. It is what it is, man. I really would like to think this isn't going to happen again. A lot of people laugh, I know it, and they're like, oh, How long before this happens again? Okay. And I just don't think that's the case. But I'm gonna have to fucking kind of work against it. Yeah, no, I don't think all drugs are bad, and I don't think people should never do drugs for any reason. I'm a bit of a, have a certain point of view on all that. I honestly, in a way, feel like everything should almost be legalized and taxed. And then we all know why it's not, but like there'd be a safe supply. People would know what's in shit. It would be the real thing. It'd cut out the black market and all that crime and stuff associated with it. But they make so much money off the establishment and the jails, keeping shit illegal.
Yeah,
and
dude.
all that. No one's gonna wake up. BG isn't gonna wake up tomorrow and say, "Oh, meth is legal now. I'm gonna go get some meth." It just doesn't. I don't think it works like that. But anyone who's really gonna do it and intent on it, they're gonna do it regardless. Same thing with guns. Anybody that really wants a gun or wants to get a gun or own firearms, they're gonna do it regardless. Sorry. If they really want to do it, they're gonna do it. Real quick, I just want to give a quick shout out. Anonymous, $10. Thank you. I appreciate the fuck out of you, bruh. Seriously, thank you very much. And then I did receive a donation in between streams or off stream after that one on the other channel the other day when I kind of came back out in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, buddy.
I appreciate you. In between that, I got that anonymous donation. I did have one more thing I want to read.
How's your sleep, little bud? Got some muffins here for you. You want some from what? What? You want to try it? Come here. Okay.
I kind of want another cup of coffee, but I also know and see, and that's the shit that sucks. It's like with everything. I'll drink too much coffee and shit. It'll have me kind of like I'm already kind of jittery enough and shaky enough that that one cup was good. I want another cup, but I know it'll kind of leave me uncomfortable. Just saying. So I'm gonna leave. That's the morning mug. That's the morning mug. About one fucking cup every morning. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. unfortunately. Tried to get all my playlists and shit back to where I had it. I had to kind of get a new phone, unfortunately, which I'm not too happy about. And then I still have one other phone. It's fucked up, but I can use it. Bring it with me, so I have two phones when I'm streaming and shit. Because I do plan on going back out with this speaker and having some fun interactions, kind of the same things like usually do or used to do. Cuban coffee, isn't that like some kind of, like it's like a shot? And if you can't handle it, you'll automatically shit your fucking pants. What, motherfucker? What's up, fucking...
What were you playing right now?
Oh, Woody? You know what this is. You know what timing I'm on. Come on, bruh. Antioch?
How you been, man?
I'm good, bro. I'm better.
Hey, you know I just be fucking around, right? I really don't want to see you on
You want any grog? You sure? Tastes yummy. Try it.
I actually think it's funny. Sometimes, well, the funny thing about these dudes, he will catch me when I'm in a bad mood. He starts getting on his bullshit, and then I'm like, I can't really. I'm not in the mood.
Don't hold
But generally, in general, that's why I'm like, don't ever, I'd never ban anybody for trolling me or pressing me. It's just that's so sad that people are really soft out here. You gotta look out for it. But it's good to identify and get it out the way. You can just have more fun when people can take it. I guess.
You're not in Spokane anymore? Spokane?
I'm actually pressed now, blogger ran me out.
Can you say where you're at? Like your general location? Like Texas?
It's gonna come out.
You must be in Texas. You look at the new hat, right? You gotta be in Texas.
No, I'm not that far, but I am a bit away. I'll say that I'm close to Portland. I'll say that much.
Oh, okay, dude. I thought
And that's
you were
where I'm,
far,
and that's
dude.
kind of actually where I'm aiming on. This is where I'm living here, but now I can travel out of where I'm at now, which that'll come out. But then I'd be able to like Portland and Cali and Vegas a lot easier.
So a lot of people would say that you never made it on that bus.
Well, I mean, I showed the tickets. Let's get that out of the way. I've DM'd them.
Yeah, tickets can be refunded though. Right.
Well, they don't. You get like some kind of very small discount, I think, off another route. That's their refund. They don't give you like just on. I'm out. I was out the money. It was like $160. It wasn't like it's the end of the world, you know what I mean? But
what's your thoughts on Amber on the run?
I was gonna say I haven't seen her streaming in any chats, nothing since that came out. She's really serious about it, isn't she? She's like taking this shit serious. She's really on the run. She's not play on the run like Ski Mask was.
Dude, she's so deep in her addiction that she's thinking she's on the run just to keep tweaking. Just because she doesn't want
Imagine, see, here's the thing. Affecting her whole life, bro. Her family, I mean, legally. When you get into legal problems because of this shit, you can't really come out easy. Like, there might be some actual prison. We're talking about county jail prison time. At the rate she's going. Because when it catches up with her, they're gonna find her with more drugs, probably all fucked up like the last time, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I can guarantee you, she's thinking she's probably gonna try to smuggle drugs in there. Like she can't go a day without, getting high.
I personally think that she does does a little fetty too. I think she smokes a little blues.
Oh, I got clips of her dotted hard as fuck, and she's still the
She does
nicest
both.
there.
There's a lot of people out there who do both. She's a tweaker first and foremost.
Libido.
She'll use that to kind of take the edge
Come
off.
down. She'll be high for 5 days off the meth and take the edge off and come down and sleep, and she'll do a little thing once a week.
Yep. They work well together. They always have. They used to heroin and coke originally, speedball, boy and girl. You know, now it's Betty and meth.
What about the Beth Sore Whore?
That did come back up. I put it back up, but then I started to rearrange my channel. I'm trying to think, did she donate this time to take it down? I don't want to say for sure that she did, but I almost feel like before I got sober that she reached out to me somehow.
So how would you feel?
I think she might have just spent money and it said take the song down. I'm gonna look into that. I don't want to say for sure, but why am I thinking that? You know what I mean?
Well, hey, either way, I got the song here.
Okay, you got the song. You can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna say you have exclusive rights, but you basically own the song now. And I'm sorry, Amber, if you're watching this, because he owns the song and he's already taken it. There's out of my hands. There's nothing I can do.
That song's a part of history
I think that
now.
song really triggered her, bro. Because I wasn't all fucked up trying to make music for that. I was doing somewhat on
There's
the
some
ball
chocolate
with
muffins
that
here.
one.
That sure was a hit.
If you're interested.
You whipped that up quick.
Is that interesting to you? Yeah? Okay.
Like 30 minutes.
Yeah, that was some shit like that. And I was able to do, she never got really, because she said something about the thing that triggers her the most, when she told me that.
Is that okay?
The
Yeah?
registry. That's
Where's that bag?
really, that really bugs her, bruh.
Freddy Krueger on the
For partner 70, Freddy Krueger's on the registry. That was a bar. That was a hell of a bar.
What? Well, you wanted to come here?
I'm glad you're back. So you're back streaming for good now?
Yeah,
That's simple.
I'm good now, and I don't see any fuck ups or anything knocking me off my game this time to where I'm falling off. I had no choice but to fall off for a couple weeks this time. But I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. I'm just happy to be in a new spot too. It's like it's a kind of a good move where it feels right. You know what I mean? Like usually when you move into a new spot, you might not sleep that good that first night. I'm already not sleeping the best. But like it's just quiet. It's quiet for the most part, and I just really enjoy that. And I'm closer to a lot of shit to do. I think Spokane in the Northwest is fresh though. I have nothing against it. But
Yeah, I thought you said you're in the Midwest.
no, not the Midwest. Closer, like Portland, Oregon, which is still that's still the Pacific Northwest. I'm not out of it. Huh?
Still do shrooms?
Yeah, I'm not against shrooms. I think that I'll just smoke weed and do psychedelics. I don't see myself really needing a trip or wanting a trip anytime soon because going through the detox shit, that's like kind of like a trip in its own right, in a weird way. Just because I had some really bad times where I wasn't breathing and now I'm breathing type shit, so
what were you on the day you kept dropping your phone and the cookies?
Yeah.
You kept dropping cookies.
I had some real bad. I went over the limit a good handful of times. There was some really sick shit that wasn't necessarily streamed either. There was a lot of calls to my house, the police and ambulance and shit. That I have drugs. I have a bunch of drugs and I'm ODing. And, yeah. on stream and I'm showing a bunch of it was bad. There was a mad calls, bro, at my house. I don't know. I feel like one of them kind of got screened, or maybe a couple did, but it was more than a few, bro.
You forget that your stream was on sometimes, like you'd pass out and then wake up.
Too, I would like nod out.
Oh yeah.
That was the most fucked up part. Is I forget that I was even streaming, bro.
Your stream is on. Start hitting your cookie.
You're like Grand Finale.
I had a couple people who reached out to me definitely told me that they saw a lot of that and they're like, some content. It wasn't for nothing, you know, you're still alive.
Not good.
Pull yourself out of, that type of hole that you dug yourself in.
Yeah, because if I was lying about it, everybody would know. I'd come on here, and you guys would take one look at me like, okay, yeah, you guys know fucked up Tommy opposed to like, okay, he's normal for him. It was pretty bad though, bro. Like I said, you guys just moved past it.
Hello, Max.
I've just heard a lot. I've like heard and seen a lot of things like, and I like was told that I'm not going to be able to stream, getting sober kills streamers and all that. But like, this has happened before to where right? This ain't nothing new. So I just can't let it happen again. It's a cycle.
Tommy James,
yeah. I've never needed a bunch of drugs to go. I don't think I was even doing that. I wasn't doing very much IRL or anything when I was all fucked up. So I usually just smoke a little bit of weed and then like I'm like, okay, I feel like filming or streaming.
Well, I just came to smoke real quick. Thanks for having me up, puppy.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. What up, Sam, man? Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Yeah, well, I'm happy that that's the other thing, though, too. Like, I try to find the best in shit, and at least some people had a laugh at it. Even if it's kind of fucked up. I'm an adult, all adults. It's not like this shit didn't take me out. I'm breathing. I know it looks like a cycle, and it's probably like, I've definitely relapsed before, I just can't let it happen again. And I just know, I'm not gonna fucking say anything or get weird about it. I just am gonna move on, smoke my weed, and just, don't let it happen. Because, like, I know deep down that I won't, I don't ever want this shit, want to deal with this shit again. I'm not getting all weird and straight edge, People are gonna smoke, people are gonna drink. I make my decisions into what I do and having self-control. Oh, Crystal Marie and Good Times are over there. Nice to see those two getting along again. What up, Immune to Madness? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Immune to Madness. Yeah, Vexens is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of.
Are you really that clean?
I think she's in like New Hampshire or something.
That's impressive.
On the city state. And I stayed up there a couple summers when I first started streaming. When I was doing a bunch of shit like on Instagram lives and shit. Remember when that was all big? Everybody was on Instagram live, arguing with each other and shit. And there used to get a lot of people watching some of those. But I was in the Northwest, or not Northwest, the Northeast, in New England. New England's pretty fresh. It kind of looks like Tracy's in a little bit of a way, huh? This place is actually pretty cool. Y'all will see more of it, definitely. Hey, Pebs, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm doing much better. Hopefully you're doing good. Blue Rang, hopefully you're doing good. I haven't seen you for a while. I know you're kind of behind the scenes now, doing your real life type shit. Big things. I've always admirable, bro. Vyvanse, that's a popular medicine, eh? A lot of people get on Vyvanse.
Yes, sir.
And then people make the other transition. Kind of like, you know, Oxycontin and perks and all that lead to heroin, or people make that jump.
Weirdos.
A lot of times the Vyvanse and Adderalls, people make the jump to doing meth.
Yep.
Or bath salts, even more fucked up. Some people be giving people bath salts instead of meth. They're fucking their world up. I've just seen some things that, and that's why that's all what a lot of what's going on with a lot of streamers especially is in that kind of world. I'm already having a anxiety. I'm already jumpy enough. I could never. Yo, hate goes here 100%.
That's scary, dude.
Cops be into shit, bro.
Real.
They do that shit. It's fucking crazy.
It's
And
nuts.
Superpowers. It feels like that 100%. It can feel like that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've pretty much tried every drug except for intravenous.
I haven't done trans on purpose yet.
Went intravenous on the penis. Never shot up. Never shot up drugs in my dick. Never shot up drugs in my arm. None of in my neck. No needles. But I've come down from like doing meth
Yeah,
and
that's.
coke before, separately and together, and I'll tell you, it's one of the worst feelings. That's where I learn to like love opiates and benzos even more, because I'd be coming down from partying off a bunch of uppers and just the stimulants, stimulated out, stimmed out, all right, and then you start to come down, and the way your body and mind feels, kind of like if you've ever taken ecstasy or Molly, the way that you just hold your serotonin and dopamine's completely depleted. It's not cool. So I would do downers, and that's where I learned to just appreciate them, and I fucked up way even more. Because I've been in that situation enough. I'm at a coke, or I partied with these people and smoked a bunch of glass and speed. Oh, well, I can take a couple bars and a couple hydros or a perk or whatever. Oh, things go away and you feel like stoned and even better. And then doing it together, it's just, I've definitely experimented a lot in my life. And I've never been a fan of uppers, ever. Even doing psychedelics, even just having like trips on like mushrooms or fucking acid or anything like that. It's not really a good feeling when the trip's over and you're coming down and your body's kind of recuperating. Maybe I'm just a baby and some people can handle that feeling. But that's kind of what I do. Like, I think like, and then I just think how dirty it is and how, just, no thank you.
I like,
But I've been out of my mind enough to where I've definitely, that's why I was always on downers and falling asleep and all that, which is gross and fucked up in its own way, because never needles is what I'm saying. I've had a lot of people, I've had girls and I've dated girls who have offered me to report. I go, I'll share it with them. They're like, oh, you'll feel the rush, you'll love it. No fucking thank you, bro. don't, dating fucking people who are drug users, and I know a lot of men in the chat can relate. You've gotten fooled and dated a fucking, or if not dated, fucked a chick that was like undercover.
Almost.
Undercover crack whore type shit.
So close.
Oh, it all makes sense now, And then again, some people can just really hide it a lot better than others. Some people have more self-control than others. Some people legitimately break their fucking leg and use pain medicine and don't get addicted to it like Joker did. But I think he's out of it. Not to throw you in the mix, but I'm just saying. Shit like that. But overall, it's not like. You know what I feel like too? I feel like some people who you wouldn't even suspect it, they do have little problems. That they actually do go through some shit, but they have to just hide it better. Or it's either not as noticeable or it doesn't last. If everybody goes through problems and shit. It's beyond addiction bullshit. People be having like crazy and fucked up mental health. I've noticed more than anything. People's mental health just really fucking unstable. And that's a personal thing. People have to have like realizations and epiphanies to get through their anxieties and depression sometimes. Sometimes people will have to use medications or need medications. If you're seeing shit and thinking about hurting people, you're like fucking murderously psychotic. Yeah, you probably should get a little help on that. Some people don't. Some people cry about their mental health, right? Joker, 100%. Some people cry. Some people use it. Some people aren't. Okay, here's a perfect example, and we know who these people are, and it actually happened in this community and some of these communities more than a couple fucking times. Is people claiming they're autistic.
I might have cried once or twice.
And they're lying about shit, using it for sympathy donuts and shit like a ski mask type situation. You see where I'm getting at? Ketamine, Kate. What's that from? Yeah. Hey, ketamine, that's people using that legally for depression now. Speaking of mental health. People use it for. I've never tried it.
Dude, nice, Kate.
And I honestly can't see how that would be a thing.
Nice.
People.
I want some of that.
Robo tripping is helping them get over some of their addiction and addiction issues and depression issues. And I don't see it how that would be a thing. I see that.
Do you feel it at all?
That's just me. They make these cigarettes now to where you're not constantly smoking it. It goes out. Same with my joints. You're not constantly hitting this shit. It goes fucking out. But yeah, man. 50 people in the chat. I appreciate everyone who went or listened this morning. DG, good deal, came on and spit his shit and asked his questions and
It's good stuff.
shot the shit for
It's good.
Appreciate
It's
you.
really good.
That's why I really like this channel. I want to go and stream on my other channel as much as possible.
For cats too.
With things like this, I see that it's easier for me to not just
Yep. For real, Kate.
chat, but then people can come on.
I am on your side.
I'm open to get pressed about some shit. I used to, but where I'm at right now, I'm not gonna mute you. I'm not gonna kick you out. I I see a lot of that. People use that.
Yeah, yeah. It's safe.
Shit, I've let Good Times sit here and just go in on me.
It's
I kind of
legit
had
research.
to end this to the point where he started brandishing it like.
Not
just
like,
go off on
not like
me.
Tommy James. Black web research.
And I just sat there and kind of laughed and chuckled. I mean, what? Come on, man. I don't know.
Dark.
Good Times has got me though a few times.
Whatever.
Not on a more fucking higher plane and got brought down to the level, and we definitely fucking argued about shit. Oh, are we gonna take that serious? We cried.
I.
What up, bro?
What up, Tommy?
Chillin', man. Happy to be back.
Well, you know, no, you good, my fault, Tommy. I'm glad I see you clean right now.
My
You can tell, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You guys know, I can't fool you guys. You guys can listen and look at me and be like,
I always told you I don't like seeing you like that, Tommy.
It's not a good thing.
But I came in there. Fuck that bitch ketamine cake. Yeah, she's the one. You know what you were saying? Making excuses. That's that bitch making excuses. Doing all types of shit. Oh, I got mental illness. Bitch, get off YouTube, bitch. Nobody's forcing
You get off YouTube.
Yeah, I don't pay attention.
You know, Tommy, I'll be cooking, Tommy. It's been a while.
No, I want
We
to,
like
because
Kate.
That's what these platforms are for. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
You good.
I haven't paid attention. You know, and I'm not using this to make excuses, but I've been pretty fucked up.
Literally.
I don't like analyze everybody's chat, but you're in the mix with it. You're in chat.
I'm always in the mix.
Yeah, you guys are all, so you're gonna see each other around. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not the one crying and doing drugs and ketamine and fucking complaining about my depression. Y'all bitches are. Y'all niggas could get off the internet, stop fucking complaining. Right?
Why?
Well, like I said,
Oh, that'll make it better.
stand on that. I've definitely seen
crying.
What a lunatic.
Dude, well, like, okay, same thing. It's like, and I don't even gotta say names. You guys all know who it is.
Yeah, we know.
Some of these bitches out here, bro. No offense to the ladies, but there's a couple bitches that all they do is come in here with the camera off and complain.
We call it the Bad Moms Club, Tommy.
Why do you just come in? It's like, you really just gotta bitch to the world? Is that really? You just gotta cry and bitch to the world and complain every time? Every time I flip on a couple of these
Not gonna do it.
they're just constantly complaining about something or each other or.
You know what I hate too, Tommy? It be the same bitches crying about their shit and pointing the finger at everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and I'm tired of that shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's irritating as fuck. And if you and Kate got that going on, like Kate's getting at you like that, like
No. I'm just saying.
Pretty simple.
I'll go at anybody, anybody get it. It hit different, but I'm just saying. I'm gonna say she likes to group up and hate bomb, but bitch, fuck you, ho. People don't forget what you do. You dox Granny's dead child. Never forget. Yeah, you use dead people's kids.
Oh yeah.
Fucking troll. Yeah, Kate. Never forget, Kate. Now you trying to dox Barry. You sucking Barry's dick so hard. Now you trying to dox him.
Who's
Get the
Barry?
fuck out of here. There's screenshots everywhere, bitch. You a fucking your soul's literally black. That's why you so ugly. You got the ass rash and all that, bitch. Fuck you. I'm never gonna forget that. Ain't talked about my mom. So fuck you too, bitch. Yeah, let's get to that. Take the link, bitch. Take the link, bitch. I'll cook you, bitch.
Yeah, it's all free. I mean, no pressure, Kate. If you want to come up here and rebuttal,
you talk about my mom. Now you think it's chilling. Nah, fuck you. Now all your snakes around you are snaking you, right? It feels good, you fucking snake. Fat bitch. Fuck you, bitch.
Ketamine?
I don't take links. Yeah, Oh, so you don't take links when the title's not around?
Ketamine.
You sure about that? For
But you under the ketamine, why are you taking the links when your kid is running around? Stop lying, Kate. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Oh, you for real? Don't worry. We gonna replay your old lives. You know, I'll cook you fucker up. I'll cook up. I'll cook up. You wasn't crying for Barry? That imaginary dick? Remember that?
Imaginary dick.
Imaginary dick. Yeah, she never seen
Ew.
crying for the nigga.
Ew, Bill. Ew.
Go be a mom, you fucking hoe. Imagine crying for imaginary dick. Yeah, you thought I can take the link? I take the link everywhere. I cook in every kitchen. You heard? Yeah, Kate. You wasn't crying for imaginary dick? You didn't even see his dick before. God damn. Now you trying to dox the nigga. But he don't want to show you love. You trying to dox. Y'all bitches pathetic, yo. This was months and months ago. Yo, look. Yeah, we talking about it. We don't forget, Kate. You was crying months ago, bitch. You literally said you was going to leave YouTube. So as Amber get locked up, you own Amber. Like, you so obsessed with Amber, look at your life. Remember the fucking party you had? You trying to throw a party, Kate. Never forget. Never forget, Kate. You was trying to use your own family for content. Never forget that, Kate. We got the screenshots. We got the clips. Never forget. Yeah, you call me an e-tar all you want, bitch. Take the link.
I feel like a lot of this shit too comes from, maybe not in your situation, Sandman, but people be behind the scenes, either cool at one point or maybe even e-dating at one point. Not saying you and Kate were, just saying. And then it can go south, and then like, damn, it goes. I mean, I don't know. I'm learning now a little bit more of your history with Kate, and personally, I'm still getting I've known me. Sandman, I have no problem with you. Me and you have always been, we're good. But I just see man, you peel through them like the fucking
I'll go at it.
Brown skin lady.
So there's some muffins here for you.
Hey, dude, no dog.
If you're interested. I don't know if you are or not.
He's not just
But
cooking,
there's
he's
two
cooking.
chocolate muffins sitting on
He's
the
got the
table.
oven cracking,
Want one?
he's got the blender.
You want me to open it? Okay.
He's got all 4 burners cracking.
And now y'all want to say only attack females. I attack blackouts.
Here we got a check chat here too.
Y'all got beef with me. I'll fucking pick it
I
up.
can't see my chat.
I'll cook stick up too.
Oh, I can see it now. You know what? We'll just bring it over here.
Stick's not a big Tommy James fan right now, but all he has to do is come on and, like I said, take the link, state your beat. I can even say on my part, yeah, I know I said some things that you probably weren't a fan of. There's an excuse, but I wasn't playing with the full deck. I can apologize on my end. But just to do whole lives crying about me when I'm not around. It was a real good Sandman. I'll show you, it was a good experience when I kind of started when I was down bad, seeing who came out of the woodworks to fuck with me when I was down bad says a lot, bro. And I'm not gonna forget about that.
That's why you know who's your peoples and who's not your people. Fuck the sunny days.
You see who your people really is when you go through shit like that.
Always say, my fault, Tom. I always say fuck.
I can't imagine.
Who was dead during the rainy days? You heard?
Those are the people, the ones who were around for that part.
I'm just saying. And the only thing I get mad about because these people, the people that talk this shit, and there's plenty of people, Tommy. Plenty of these motherfuckers talk this shit, and they want you to forget about it. Nah, nigga. Y'all stand on business. Stand on business. Have that same energy. I'm not over. It's months ago. I don't give a fuck if it's months ago, nigga. Stand on business. I have that same energy.
Forget that easy.
I'm not gonna forget. Fuck y'all niggas.
Not that easy, bro. Some people I can you know what? Snowpea, I can be the bigger person. I've done it before, but some people just really want it that way. It's like, hey, how's that 1090? What the fuck's up?
I'm a dope, but niggas ain't never moved me from my square though. Never.
No,
never
he's
moved
always,
me.
that's the thing about Sandman. I can always say he's always fucking. He's all about his beliefs. His beliefs do not sway.
Nobody will ever move me from my square. Nobody. Just saying. I'm not gonna say I'm a perfect nigga, but I'm just saying you can't
How's
move
that?
my morals. Never. And don't put me into people. I'm gonna say. They like to put me in people's drama. Feel me? That's how they go try to attack me. But hey, I'm not gonna waver. Know how that goes,
especially
Tommy.
when you do like I know you do the completely freestyle panels where that's kind of what it is, and yeah, you'll be having people pissed off. You know, back them up or go either way. I've been in that situation a lot, and it just is what it is, man. I'm more about like I make my own decision on people and situations in time, but I'm not gonna fucking fight other people's battles for them. I don't want to be dragged into people's drama. You know how it is. Or like when somebody breaks up and you're friends with both of them. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that is just fucking retarded, man.
Hey, it do hit different. I'm just saying.
It's sad how people throw people under each other under the bus.
90.
You know how it is with people you
At 91 cents.
with your bro and you both get popped for it, and then you.
I see that shit a lot over here. You could be cool with somebody and they wait to drag your ass and then expose the ends and shit like that.
You held strong for them and didn't throw them in, but they as soon as they
something you don't like, oh my god. Like you like, yeah, we could be cool, but once I do something you don't like, oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
I agree 100%.
Nicole quit.
So yeah, I say keep it, man. I want people overall. I would like to see you guys, of course, all fucking be chill and stuff. But people, we're adults. This isn't always gonna happen. People are gonna get exposed. People are gonna not get along. Like, what do you do when you're cool with somebody and they get exposed? I'll say there's this. I don't want to talk too much on it, but I'm going too soon. There's some stuff that's been going on that I want to touch on.
Hold on. Go, my fault. Hold on, let me address this. Who paid for the fence sale? That was Ron. That happened on my channel.
Yeah, it wasn't you. It wasn't
you. It won't get me at all. We
weren't down
about it right here. I said, Ron, what the fuck?
Your mom asking.
Tommy agreed on it.
What I'm gonna do then?
I never told Ron, yo, give him a fence sale.
I will
that was
say
Ron
you
and
weren't
Tommy.
cool with it. Yeah, you weren't cool with it.
What the fuck?
You were kicking me off the stream when I started.
Thank you. Y'all niggas is dick riding so hard. Look, get the dick out your mouth. Hey, PC, get the dick out your mouth. But that was Ron, not me at all. Watch the live. The live is still up, my nigga. Go suck my dick, man. See how y'all? And Tommy's here. Tommy was there, nigga. Me, I wasn't down with that. That was the first time me seen Fent for the first time. I never seen Fent. Exactly.
And I put you in a fucked up spot where you were kind of like, well, it's my stream. I'm cool.
The best I did, I was put you backstage. I kept putting you backstage. Every time you kept picking that shit up.
I know. I remember you. It's not
That
like
looks great.
I wasn't cool with none of that time. I didn't like to see you like that.
Yeah.
And then,
you were pretty open. You were pretty open publicly that you thought it was some bullshit.
And Tommy, you said that was your last time you was going to panel up. So people wanted to make sure you were safe. People wanted to make sure you didn't OD. And I kept you after a while. I kept you backstage just in case something happens. And Amber, shout out to Amber, because Amber said she know there's ways to contact you. So I said, yo, Amber, if something happens to Tommy, please reach out to Tommy's people or whatever, because you don't want an OD situation.
You know how many calls and like there was more than like at least 3 or 4 times where police and all that came to my shit. It's crazy. And I wasn't mad about it, bro. I was like, that's why I didn't say. Maybe I did. I was fucked up. I maybe said a bunch of shit. I don't even remember, but I do like realize I take accountability, man. I'm not blaming this shit on anybody else. I know what I did as well.
I said, I think she
the shit I do and shit I don't.
In case of avalanche.
Tommy, that's the best thing you should ever do, Tommy. It's like take accountability. And like I always kept saying, Tommy, I never seen you like that. I never seen you like that. So I was like, what the fuck? And then
Yo, hold up. When it did Braun, I'm not laughing. It's fucked up shit. But did Braun actually say that he wanted to see that?
Yes. And you said go ahead. I remember.
That's crazy.
You said go ahead. He was hitting your cash app. You was getting the bread. I said, Tommy, come on, Tommy. And you can't. And then you say, fuck it. I'll go start doing it for free. I said, Tommy, stop. And I kept putting you backstage. The live is still up.
Dude, I'm sorry, man.
No, you're good, Tommy.
Bro. I didn't even remember that part. I was, yeah, bro. I survived. I'm just happy to be alive. A lot of people don't wake up from a lot of the fire I was playing in, so I understand. And I'm sorry, bro. I will personally say to you that I'm sorry for not respecting your platform first and foremost and all that shit. Kind of put you in a fucking weird situation. So
that was the first time I told you, like, I didn't know what to do, but then the chat was saying, make sure Tommy's good. And you was going over, Tommy.
I was going overboard, man. Yeah, I know it. I rewatched some of that. There's some clips. I rewatched some clips and was like, wow, I was pretty brazen and fucked up for that. Like, even you see a lot of the other streamers and stuff, they hide it. They're really intent on hiding their use. And I don't know, maybe it's because I was, some of the substances I was on, but I just didn't give a fuck, you know, it's kind of sad. I can take, like I said, it was my bad for doing it. Sure,
how you been, Cool Gamer? Whoever that is.
I put everyone in that situation. It's fucked up, yeah.
And I thought it was a joke when Ron said that. And you said, yeah, send me the cash app. You literally dropped the cash app.
Yeah, he did. No, he did. And it said, he definitely hit the cash app.
As soon as I said, oh, this is dead ass serious, I said, nah, I can't do that. I can't put you. I gotta put you behind stage. And you was literally, I was like, come on, Tommy. And then you said, fuck it. You kept doing it, Tommy. And I was like, damn, Tommy, what the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck was that. I don't know where I come from with that, but I'm just happy that I'm cool, man. Like, that's kind of fucking crazy.
The salt outside our door is turning brown.
9-hour. I remember the milk. I remember drinking the milk. I kind of remember the floor cookies a little bit. The cord thing, I kind of remember. That's pretty sad. Some pretty sad shit to see people that fucked up and unable to take care of themselves in normal ways. So, I try and take it, like I said, as informational. You know, it's something that maybe people haven't seen before, like Sandman said, and take it for that kind of content, and that it's a blessing that I didn't die because of it. I'm not going to play any of these dangerous games again. I'm not playing with this shit again. Like, a lot of people laugh when I say
Hold on, Tommy. If I want to do this as content, you know how many times we talk about Tommy doing drugs? Plenty of times.
Yeah.
Outstream, Tommy said, yo, let me on, but this is his time to go to rehab. That was the time he came on my stream. I remember everything. If that came forward, it's literally, my life is still up. You came forward to $3.99, go suck a dick, nigga. I didn't edit none of that shit. The live is still up. Go ahead, Tommy.
Like I said, it's a good thing. Yeah, bro, it's fucked up, man. It's definitely a relapse in real time, and I think it lasted a couple weeks. I'm still not sure. I haven't looked at the calendar or anything. It's done. I'm not. You know, I wasn't playing with a full deck. And y'all remember I was having crazy. I was fighting hard for weeks. You know, for like have some Xanax, even having bars, like anything. You know. So like I just can't let that happen again. But yeah, people laugh. They're like, oh, they think I'm just gonna relapse again, and it's only a matter of time type shit. But I can only honestly say that that's as far as from anything that I'm thinking about. And I'm gonna do the work to not let this shit happen.
And not to disrespect you, Tommy, Tommy. Don't forget, after you did that on my stream, you didn't go to the rehab. You kept doing the drugs, right?
Yeah.
The drugs right after that for weeks.
I pushed
People
out.
Exactly.
I pushed out on 2 programs, dude. Not just one, but 2 that I had set up for, and then set up another one. And I was like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going. And I at one point was kind of like Joker said. And some people said, oh, just go harder.
I just wanted, my fault, Tommy. I just want that outrage when I was still on Tommy's side. After that live, I said, Tommy, you didn't go to rehab. Yo, Tommy, stop doing drugs. Tommy, stop doing drugs. I even addressed Tommy for the DM shit. Remember that, Tommy? After the situation. Yeah. And Tommy still was doing the drugs. He still went live after he went
You up in the shower?
I am sorry about that.
After?
Nah, you good, but people always
not
like to...
me, man.
I think so.
No, you good, Tommy.
Okay.
Like I like how people just have selective memory. Because after Tommy joined my panel, he was still doing him, and nobody was saying nothing. People was just laughing at the shit. Plenty times I couldn't even see Tommy like that. Say, yo, Tommy, make sure you good. Tommy, yo, you good? Tommy, you good? People was laughing at it. They hit different. Niggas like to have selective memory. But nigga, I always remember everything. Y'all niggas is fake. And I gotta remember all that.
Tommy was too cold and warmer?
Yeah. Okay. Get to that El Dorado, hey, have.
I don't want to get too hot.
All y'all motherfuckers. Why are you choking on the fucking bitch, man?
I don't like it's really kind of warm.
Yeah. And I only talk about that because y'all niggas went super low. And everything else.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, you're good, bro. Like I'm happy that you're able to I'm able to actually have a conversation with a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
A lot of other people too, even behind the scenes. I've been touching base and like trying to make shit right, walking through the wreckage is what they call it. I said you did a bunch of stupid shit. I treated some people like shit, and I'm not like I just want y'all to know and like you to know that I know what I did, and I'm not gonna blame that shit on anybody but myself. You know, you don't. I don't see you being someone who just picks fights with someone.
I don't.
Or picks on someone for no reason. By the way, the Vin Diesel shit has been funny as fuck. The Vin Diesel, I mean, I think he's actually. I don't know.
Yeah, I heard. Look, even that. I don't know what's going on. Vin Diesel. Remember, Tommy, people get mad.
The psychotic bitch wants me to be alone for the rest of my life. Go fuck yourself. Stupid bitch. Be like that, man.
I'm like, what? I did my homework. I had to literally go back on the War Dog stream. And Steak was actually cooking Diesel, and I put up the paperwork as literally him. Hold on. Shout out to Nels. Nels was there. He actually canned up for me. The nigga canned up for me, and it's really him. Vin Diesel, yes. That paperwork is official. Vin Diesel, nah, you good, Papa. I don't need you on my panel.
Yeah, that thing happened on my
Tell about
panel
the
like a year ago at Danny, and some people remember it when I was constructing cameras. You know, whatever. That had like it's been a while, bro. Like over a year since I've seen him try to come back around, and I was like doing me, you know. I couldn't really like join at that time, and I was in the middle of moving, I think, and all that. But like, yeah, I think you did what's right on that situation. You did your research. That's what I'm trying to say. You're someone who at least does do your research.
I have to do my research. If I'm going at you, just like I said, Casey, Granny, Dead Child Patrol, Granny, she's a pest when her and Pez was cool. That's true. Kate trying to use her family, her kids as content, true. Kate doing the drugs, true. El Dorado, posting kids' pictures, true. Yeah. People talk about my dead mom, true. And they get mad, like, oh, why he don't let it go? Nigga, let my dick go, motherfucker. And it gets up this die, nigga, because I ain't letting shit go. Just let Amber go, Kate. You go live just to talk about Amber. Go be a mom. Get off the ketamine, bitch.
Yeah, shit's crazy, man. Seeing some of the shit that's going on.
Kate did the past. Kate said I killed my mom. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, that's good that your mom died. Remember that, Kate?
Starts
Oh,
to
that's
hit
good
on
that your mom died. Remember that, Kate? It's good that your mom died, right? But I don't talk about your trans folk, right? Right, Kate? I don't talk about your kid. I don't talk about your family members, right? Exactly. Suck my dick, bitch. Yeah, okay. Bitch, you fuck with Pez. Kate, you fuck with Pez, like with Eldorado. You and Eldorado fuck with Pez. Now y'all mad at each other. Y'all niggas is fake. Y'all can suck my dick. Kate, you use this cow, try to use this cow as contact. You got the clip. Amber exposed you. You talk about your own kids, Gucci. I never talk about your fucking kids. I'm not weird like, I'm about to OD. I'm not weird like that. I was about to OD that, bitch. You weirdo. You talk about kids, bitch. Yeah, take the link, bitch. It's not a safe zone. Tommy, it's not a safe zone. It's not Pez on Eldorado panel, so they can't take the link. Pay attention, nigga. I take links anywhere, nigga.
That's the only thing.
I'm a mobile cooker, nigga. I'm a mobile cooker.
Yeah, you've noticed that, and like that's the thing. I can't, like, I hope everybody understands that I won't be taking sides. I won't be leaving or kicking people.
Look, pay attention. Look. So, look, Tommy, see? Look, perfect example. Eldorado kids. That man always talking about kids. Be careful, KK. Why would you mention KK kids? See, this is the weirdo shit I be talking about. I'm talking about Kate using her kid as content and Eldorado posting people's kids on Discord. This is true. No lies. No lies. I don't need a lie. Don't need to at all. But go ahead, weirdo. That's what I said. And they tag people all the time. Nigga, y'all talking about Big T so much. Y'all do the same shit. Full jackets and all that. Suck my dick, nigga. Yeah, nigga. ETC know the whole story. Eldorado, this is not a safe zone. Go back. And then it's more real shit. Cause why you even mention KK? KK's not even here. You never hear people talk about KK kids. You gonna mention KK in here? You the weirdo. And I'm glad it happened in the chat. Cause now people go remember why you mentioning KK now. Be careful, KK. KK don't even work. Yo, it hit different. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm glad it happened in this chat though. Cause now when you judge Eldorado, when you judge people talk about this, you don't want to keep talking about them. Cause it hit different when you get exposed. Cause you did. You posted minors on Discord, nigga. You never forgot that. Kate used people's dead children. Never forget that. But y'all want to keep it a secret. Y'all want to keep that Discord shit a secret. Nah, nigga. It's time to expose, nigga. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Oh, you eat? Wow. Did you ever munch down them muffins? Good job, buddy.
Why y'all don't take the link now? Take the link. Let's talk about it.
I suggest that the link gets smashed and like people
Smash
talk
that link.
That's the only way, and we can really get to something. Even if you guys need to fucking curse the fuck out on each other, whatever it is. But I think that's smart, and I hope
Yeah, you want me to shut it off or turn it down or anything?
you're not going to shut off anyone's size if people don't.
Okay.
People should talk it out, and
Tommy, they should know that. If they
tell you what,
to know, Tommy,
I'm gonna leave you with
that's the main thing. I just want
this
you
towel
to
on
get
the seat, this
processed
one,
and dealt with the right way, with no interferences.
and hold on.
What happened? See, I'm cooking now.
Leave the
These
floor
all
towel.
facts. We got this.
Okay.
This is facts.
On that, and
This facts. They ain't denying it. Pay
I don't know where
attention.
the bath towel is,
Us
so.
the writers ain't denying it. Don't forget, ETC Civil War. Shout out to that content. nigga. Not everybody fucks with each other in ETC. Now it's not an echo chamber. Mouthwash, Tommy. Hello? Tommy. Hello? Hello?
Oh no, seriously? What's up? You knew what? What'd you say? Yes, you do. Okay. You don't know what you said. I believe you.
Okay, Patrick, climb up there and sniff through this rope. You got it. Patrick, 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 you're going too high.
Patrick.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, if I keep having these kind of difficulties, I might have to do panels on my phone until I can figure it out. It's not bad. Let me look here. I was live for a couple hours before it happened again. But that happened when I first started, and it happened again. And from what I think it is, I think it's when the fucking, there's a big ass train that I'm pretty close to. Y'all can probably hear it. That's when that goes out. That's when that goes out. And honestly, I haven't even used my computer at all since I've been here. So hopefully it's a fluke. But we back. We back in general. I mean, like I said, new cities, new areas, new people to do IRL on the other channel. Even though there was still stuff I kind of wanted to do in Spokane as the weather got better, but things changed. And like I said, I kind of wanted to travel throughout spring and summer. I had already planned on moving, and I already planned on going this way. It's kind of for the best, you guys, that I didn't go to the homeless RV like I had originally planned. I really wanted to. I mean, especially definitely, it hit me pretty hard when I had already started that process. And what's up, Sandman?
Yo, and not to cut you off, and then,
Oh, you're good.
like, I just want to say, like, violated my mom, bro. She kept doing it. She talked about my mom, Tommy. You feel me? And she stood on it, nigga. She stood on it. She stood on it. You want to violate my mom? So I'll go violate you, bitch. But the only thing I'm not gonna do is go low. I'll go attack you, bitch. You kidding me, ho? Fuck you, ho. Yeah. I never talked about your kid, bitch. Never. Show where? You used your kid as content. Ask Terry. Remember that? What party?
Fuck your mom, bitch.
See, exactly. Jesus, you're obsessed. Fuck your mom. Exactly. Exactly. Say it louder so everybody can see. Pin it, Tommy. Tommy, can you pin that, Tommy? Nah, pin it, Tommy. It won't affect me, Tommy. Pin it so people can see. Pin that shit. Yeah, we
At your request. Because, I mean, I'm not going to lie, that does kind of...
Nah, Tommy, pin that shit so niggas can see that. Yeah, nah, Tommy, that shit don't hurt me, Tommy. She been doing that. And now it's coming out to the open. Just like El Dorado, just like Pebs. Pebs said I killed my mom. Fuck you, Pebs, too, ho. Yeah, we cooking now.
Fuck you, Pebs.
Everybody see that shit.
Some of that's really not cool, man.
Yeah, she talked about my mom. Just like Pabs, bro. Just like Blackout Andy. And I never go low. And he throws jackets on people. PDF this, Dilla this, Skinner this. Just like Big T. Just like Stick. Just like the other niggas. Just like Blackout.
Jackets.
I throw all these jackets. I never go low. I never call nobody a PDF or fucking none of
See,
that.
when people start bringing that kind of drama to the platform and stuff like that, especially if like if you're a mod and you're you know, I don't even want to say it. You know what it is. I don't want to say some of this stuff because I just feel like it gives it more power. But certain kinds of drama and jackets, I'll say that, I can't have because it creates a lot of, and I'm down for people to talk and hate or whatever you want to do, but I can't have certain
Word, Tommy.
They get mad at me when I figure out information and when people drop their paperwork. So I hit them with facts, but they want to go low, and you going low don't affect me. I know my mom good. I know my mom looking down on me. It do hit different. I'm not the one crying for depression, right? Shout out to the older moms out there doing y'all. Shout out to Mother's Day coming up. It hit different when they got real moms holding it down. And y'all can stay complaining. Nigga, I got raped by a single mom. And she did everything for me. That's why y'all can't fucking shake the room. Y'all talk about my mom, that shit don't hurt me, but I believe in karma. That shit, everybody loses.
What is wrong with people?
And hopefully, when something happens like that, you think of me. But see, I made it through. You gotta make it through now. My mom always got me. That nigga could suck a dick. Same thing like Big T said, the dead people can't hear, but when people bring her dead people up,
You ate that whole thing, eh? Good job, buddy.
Selective memory, selective outrage. I don't go low. I don't wish great. I don't talk about kids, but I'm going to address you, though. I will address you with that paperwork, and with the facts. And that's what they can't stand.
I'll do all that stuff.
Kiss my cheeks. What up, Sly? You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do, because I did, you know, and some people are gonna really hate me for this, but I did mod a bunch of people when I was fucked off and way fucked off. Not just because I felt like at the time I needed them. I have some videos and stuff. Some people
I see.
Mad, but I'm gonna have to expose
Okay.
and drop because people hit me up and sent me videos and messages and stuff when I was all fucked up and said some fucked up shit that I feel like people.
There you go, son.
Okay, I'll say that for right now. Until I drop, some people have already seen certain shit. Bottom line is, I modded a bunch of people.
What candle thing?
When I was fucked up like that, and some people are gonna end up losing.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Don't care about it much. Some people may remain wrench. No, I'm just saying, and it's not because of this situation. There's a whole other shit going on besides the shit with you and Kate.
Oh.
And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm cool with everybody, but I pay attention to shit.
Who cares
what
about that?
they saying. And I'm the bad guy when I gotta defend myself. I'm the crazy one. There's panels when I don't say shit. I'm just chilling, Tommy. I'm just relaxing. But don't try to cover the sun with the fucking thumb. Your fucking fat ass thumb, you fat bitch. Everybody trying to cover everything. No, we remember. I just
and I'll say this though, like, okay, Kate, don't and tell me honestly if it's happened, because this is the kind of stuff I need to know.
Every morning.
I hope that you don't ever use the wrench while you do have it. I'm probably gonna end up taking the wrench. For a couple people, like I said, some people will have it, some won't. But don't ever use it to time out Sandman or anyone, because you guys don't get along.
We call safe zones. That's what they do best.
And that goes for all the mods. You know, please don't. Like, have the free speech. Be a bigger person. If you don't like what someone's saying, block them.
Kate, why you lying? The chat is telling the truth. You're trying to dox Barry. I'm not gonna say the Discord, but you trying to dox Barry. Now you trying to take it back, bitch, for imaginary thing. Don't worry, Kate.
Barry the Turtle?
Yo, this is a whole live. Literally try to.
LMAO, you guys.
She tried to take her life in Minecraft. Figures of Barry.
What up, Stoner Baby? What up, Stoner Baby? I totally support your streams. I hope you keep doing them.
You know Stoner Baby? Tommy? Stoner Baby is cool. She can take my lane.
Yeah, I like Stoner Baby. I remember from, well, shit. I think I met her last year, but she's been around. I've been on panel with her for a while.
Like 2 years.
Back around more, and I just want to say I love that, and I support the podcast.
I didn't even know, Tommy, she had a lore.
What's up, kid?
Yeah, with Amber and them. She knows Amber. Yeah. I fuck with that, Tommy. Tommy.
Shout out Drama Kiki. Shout out fucking everybody, bro, in the chat. And everyone.
Chat cooking. Yo, Tommy, that's what I love the chat. The chat, it goes toxic sometimes. I ain't gonna hold it. It goes toxic. But like even Friday, people didn't even see if people was here Friday, Tommy chat was full with love. Yo, Tommy, you good? Yeah. Full with love. There was no hate. No hate at all.
Bro, I don't expect that either. Like around some of these parts, bro, in communities, like nobody should. I don't expect.
I ain't gonna lie.
I was really thrown off guard by all the positivity and support, and like you said, I really kind of.
And I'm gonna lie too. They was trooping in there. That chat was trooping. Yeah. That chat was trooping. Shout out to Tommy, man. That was love, Tommy. Like
I expect to get trolled and people say, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I wish you would have died, and you know whatever the fuck. So,
I was full of love, and I respect it. Sometimes you need that. You need to big up people, and like I said, Tommy, I don't know you like that, but I came around like this ain't even less than a year. It's gonna make a year. I think in the summer I've been checking these links, and I never seen you that low. You feel me? And salute to you. Like I said, I don't want to see nobody like that. Nobody.
Okay. Yeah, wasn't that on that panel with fucking weird ass CPN and I think 216A? That was way back with like Google Hangouts.
What's up, chat? Love you.